getting tired of me and all the things I hold myself to be. I'm getting tired of love and all the things I hold her above. With a sacred smile and a voice my own, it's a fear that contains me to the bone. Gonna raise my hand, gonna keep it high until the rules for me, they don't apply. It's a life on fire, is all we are. It's a life on fire, the only thing that burns away the scar. Can I be relieved and given all the things that I don't need? Can I be admired and drain it from me till I am but tired? Gonna hold my hand, gonna take it slow and refund all the debts I'll always owe. Gotta stand up straight and reveal my soul and make the flames begin to take control. It's a life on fire, it's all we are. It's a life on fire, the only thing that burns away. It's a life on fire, it's all we are. It's a life on fire, the only thing to burn away the scars.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome in live now on a Tuesday.
You've seen the commercials with it's left Twix, right Twix, right? You've seen those?
I have seen those, yeah.
We get left brain, right brain of Lance today. We get full brain, not half of it thinking about the Rambley and how they could blow it against the Cardinals. What a domination last night. How
are you so worried about that team? That baffled me. I watched that first half. I'm like, Lance, I am convinced now you were playing reverse psychology.
I was not
How
at all.
were you worried about that team?
Because you guys
awful.
have seen Kyler Murray at his best. I told you the only positive for the Rams was Cliff Kingsbury, who was a deer in headlights.
Oh, yeah, he was lost to that.
That guy does not need to be coaching in the NFL.
Well, Kyler Murray was lost, too. I saw a lot of people debating Cliff Kingsbury's job after that.
Oh, why not?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if I'm going to debate Mike McCarthy's the Cowboys, who won their division, I'm going to debate Cliff Kingsbury, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, when you've got a quarterback like Kyler Murray who looked good the first 10 games of the season, he was in the MVP conversation. He was completely awful. The mistake he made in the end zone when he was under pressure from Troy Reader, that was ball game.
Lance, there are high school quarterbacks that know better than that. High school quarterbacks.
I will say Matt Stafford made that same play against the Titans earlier this year.
How do you do that?
That's what scared me to death. Matt Stafford, so much pressure on him, and watching pregame for a couple of hours last night, that's all they talked about. The most pressure on anyone in this postseason is Matt Stafford. Now, the good news is he finally got one under his belt. We'll see how that translates moving to Tampa. But I was scared to death. I mean, I wasn't making that up. J.J. Watt coming back, he said he felt 100%. I mean, it just lined up like Arizona was going to play a really good game. But again, the X factor was Cliff Kingsbury. He wasn't prepared for that game last night. Completely out-coached last night.
Hey, Forrester, I'll give you time to get to the graphic. If you go to the morning rounds, nextroundlive.com, it is story. It's an amazing stat about. There it is. It's story 8. Amazing Cliff Kingsbury stat. It's a tweet this morning I sent out for all of you to see there. If you can just go to that tweet and pull it up. When you get to it, let us know. But the Rams win last night. I think we're down to the final. The 8 best teams are in the final 8. I don't think there are any upsets. I think these are the best 8 teams in the NFL, and that's who you have. And I think that's what you want in the playoffs going into this weekend. I think these are the 8 teams that should be deciding it.
I think you had left our office, and I told Brown, I was like, as bad as this wild card round was, because there was only really 2 games that came down to one possession, but both of those games were kind of – it took a while to get them to one possession. These weren't great first-round wild card games, but this divisional round on paper looks absolutely incredible. And I would say that, to me, I think there are 6 teams that can win this entire thing. I don't think the Cincinnati-Tennessee, that matchup, I don't think the winner of that game can win the entire thing.
So the winner of Tennessee-Cincinnati, you don't think can win it all?
Even with a healthy Derrick Henry, a fully healthy Derrick Henry.
A fully healthy Derrick Henry, possibly. It's hard to see. I mean, you watched him for years. Ryan Tannehill holding that trophy.
Oh, no, I'm with you on that.
And then the other thing, Joe Burrow, what an incredible story it would be if he's able to win a national championship 2 years ago and already win a Super Bowl. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, if you guys will look at the Action Network, this is Cliff Kingsbury into the season as a head coach his whole career. I'll read it for those that are on audio. At Texas Tech, he ended the 13th season losing 5 of 6. The next year, he lost 4 of 6. In 15, he lost 4 of 6. In 16, he ended the year losing 6 of 8. In 17, he ended the year losing 6 of 8. In 18, he ended the year losing all 5 games, got fired from Texas Tech, and got the Arizona Cardinals job, where he has now lost 7 of 9 to end the 19 season. He lost 5 of 7 to lose the 20 season, and now he just lost 5 of 6 to end this season. That is your head coach in the National Football League.
Yeah, that's a problem.
That's a guy who's allergic to the snow. Does bother him, by the way. He doesn't like cold weather.
He did not want to coach at Green Bay.
You remember the running joke Alabama fans wanted Gus Malzahn to stay on?
Yeah.
And look, Gus Malzahn had as much or more success against Nick Saban than any coach out there. But as a Rams fan, I want Cliff Kingsbury there. He's 1-8 against the Rams.
Yeah, the one thing you don't want to see him is get fired.
Yeah.
You'd far rather Shanahan get fired.
Now, and you guys know I have said this about Cliff Kingsbury for years.
You have.
I think he is so overrated.
But he baited us in to start this year.
He did.
Us being the people, not you. You were still saying it even when he was baiting us in. What were they, 10-1?
I don't know if they were 10-1. I think they started 8-0. I think they were
good enough for him to lose 5 of 6 to make the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, they were really, really good, Brown.
Yeah. I mean, there was a debate for a minute that they were the best team in the NFL. Like, I even believe that because of their road wins.
Does he have a job? I mean, part of it because of his looks. I mean, I know we're all heterosexual males here on the show.
Well,
and
he's a good-looking guy, though.
Yeah, but
Well, he's a good-looking guy.
I think it gets
Not as good-looking as McVay.
I think it gets overplayed though on how good looking this guy is. He's a poor man's Ryan
Gosling. Yeah.
I mean, Mike Zimmer just got fired.
Yeah, I mean, compared to Andy Reid and to Bruce Arians, I mean, I mean, you throw him on the cover of GQ and he's fine.
I mean, Jeff Fisher, I mean, he had better numbers than those. And you always talk about the mediocrity of Jeff Fisher. Why does this guy have a job? I don't want to do sports talk radio in Phoenix, Scottsdale this morning, but if we are, this guy should not be coaching the Cardinals next year.
Well, look, I mean, they finally made the postseason because they had such an incredible start, but for the bottom to completely fall out, and I don't know where I am on Kyler, and there's a direct correlation because, he is Kyler's guy. Is he a guy that's holding Kyler back? Because Kyler looks like he's got a ton of potential, but boy, Kyler looked just completely lost last night.
Awful last night. They had, 43 yards in the first half?
They went
of a playoff game.
They went 3 and out their first 4 possessions.
I mean, a playoff game, and you got 43 first half yards?
And Louis Riddick, I think he said, talking to Kyler before the game, he said, it's just another game. He doesn't want to get too excited. He wants to treat it just like another game and, not try to do too much. And then there he is in the end zone, lofting one up, giving away 7 points there in the second. A disaster for the Cardinals. You tell us about Tom Beckby. We'll get to some of the reaction in the Farmfolio chat room, including it's not an uncomfortable question, but I want to ask you your thoughts about one of the questions over there, LT, because you are a Rams fan and you reacted to this move midseason.
After years of looking for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one. They made their own, starting in 2015 with a jacket, now an entire line of great-looking, rugged outdoor clothing that looks great in the field, functional in the field, and great in the city. It's in the Mountain Brook Village, the Tom Beckby store. You can see more online, tombeckby.com. That is BECKBE. TomBeckby.com.
Charles says Matt Stafford and Odell Beckham Jr. clicking right now. You weren't in love with the move when it happened. Where are you right now in that move? Because he's
heck
clutch.
Heck of a touchdown catch.
He's been incredible. And what happened when Robert Woods went out for the year with the injury? Odell stepped up and kind of moved into that spot. And what's got to be frustrating if you're a New York Giants fan and how dysfunctional he was, and you saw the meltdowns on the sideline, and then he went to Cleveland, he was completely checked out. And now he's rejuvenated. And as a Rams fan, it's kind of like inviting somebody to your house. Once he's under my roof, then I'm going to be extremely nice. I'm going to be accepting. And I appreciate everything he is doing right now for this organization. But by the way, he had a little incentive last night. Winning that game, accelerating the contract, he got a $500,000 bonus.
How about that?
I think he gets one every playoff win for the Rams.
So he can eat this week.
Yeah, so he's going to be okay. Good. But you saw, and they talked about it on the broadcast, and I think it was Lisa Salters that talked to him before the game. He said, I'm going to bust out tonight. What gets me, though, if you're watching the game, and I know a lot of people had already checked out because at 21-0, it felt like that game was over, which, in fact, I guess it was. Why the Rams are using that incredible play, the throwback to Beckham, and then letting him chunk it downfield to Van Jefferson. That's something you save for Tampa, don't you?
You're setting something up.
Yeah.
I don't know what else you'd be setting up there, but, I mean, the only thing I could think is McVay, they've got something off that play that they're trying to set up.
But him and Von Miller, 3 tackles for loss and a sack last night. Von Miller looked like the Von Miller we saw as the Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah, great addition. Those guys only have to show up and play in the postseason when it counts. We saw that with the Bucs last year. You had a number of guys who really turned it to a different level right when they got to the playoffs. The Rams could be that team this year.
If I would have told you guys, yesterday, Matt Stafford only throws 17 attempts, 202 yards. Cooper Kupp goes 61 yards receiving.
Yes. And they were raving about the rush game, which really set the tone early on. But, I mean, just 58 and 55 yards from Michelle and Akers combined there.
Yeah, but what a great story Akers is.
Oh, yeah. To come back from that injury.
Man, in that run where he, put the head down and him and Budda Baker, it was a very violent collision. Yeah. When I, initially watching it live, I was like, oh, that is unbelievable. And then you get really nervous that something's really wrong with Budda Baker. And the good news is, he's got feeling in all the extremities. He said that, thumbs up this morning, everything's good. Really scary moment there. But you're right. Cam Akers, an incredible story. The guy tore his ACL back in July, and he's already out there, and he's become a factor now in the postseason.
Can we send out a Cowan Equipment poll question? Is there anything dumber than ESPN FPI? I'm looking at one of our screens right now, TV3 right now. The Rams have a 34% 50% chance of winning the game this week against the Bucs, according to ESPN FPI.
What is the point spread on that game?
I mean, are you kidding me? They played each other this year. How close was the game? It wasn't.
Well, the Rams won that game by double digits.
Yeah.
I would just say this. The Rams match up extremely well with Tampa.
Absolutely.
You know, they went to Tampa last year on a Monday night with Jared Goff and beat Tampa and Tom Brady.
Exactly.
The thing is, you can't factor in turnovers. Matt Stafford can get tight and he can be inconsistent. And by the way, you do have the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, but he is 72 years old, however old he is.
Buccaneers are favored 3. That feels like more than 38% to me.
Yeah,
for the Rams.
exactly.
Like a 3-point line.
There's nothing dumber than the win probability.
Yeah, I hate the win probability.
That one's stupid.
Yep.
And then the FPI doesn't make sense to me either.
Yeah, I feel like the Rams are the better team with a better coach, but obviously you guys have got the better quarterback and you're playing at home, which I don't think your home field really matters. You know, one of the reasons I wanted the Rams to beat San Francisco was, A, get San Fran out, but to be able to host your Bucs. But I don't know if that really matters, being in L.A. or Tampa.
You're going to let that better coach thing slide right there? Your guys won a Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, I think it's
with Tom Brady.
It's understood.
Tom Brady.
Well, I mean, so Bill Belichick's not a great coach?
Bruce Arians got to the Super Bowl with who? With the Cardinals, right? Was he the coach of the Cardinals that got to the Super Bowl? Didn't he get there?
Yeah. With Kurt Warner.
Yeah, I don't think Bruce Arians was the coach.
He wasn't. Okay. All right. He won.
No, I think his only Super Bowl, I believe, is the one he won.
Yeah. He's won several as a coordinator, right?
Oh, he's a good coach. I just think Sean McVay's a better coach.
Yeah, well, he's younger. He looks better. And
good-looking guy. Huh?
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean,
Sean McVay is all around amazing.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll say it.
Rockstar, that's where we're at. I mean, McVay looks better than Bruce Arians, so he's obviously a better coach, and he's younger. But interesting, the Rams and the Bucs this week. My wife last night was like, why are you cheering for the Cardinals? And I was like, because I
hate LT.
I don't want to play the Rams. No, I did not want you to suffer. I just didn't want to play the Rams. For my team, the easier path was the Cardinals.
No,
obviously.
This is what's fun about this. You get the extension of, one more week.
Yeah.
When you win a game like that. So it's fun as a fan, and, whether you're a college fan and your team, gets to a 14 playoff, or you're an NFL fan and your team gets to the postseason, just one more week is a lot of fun.
So I'll ask the question after you tell us about Redmond.
Ken Wisenhunt, by the way, was the Cardinals coach. God, I forgot all about him.
The great Ken Wisenhunt.
Thanks to Josh for that one.
I mean, if it was not a Big Ben perfect pass to, who was it, Holmes?
Antonio Holmes, yeah.
Toe tapped to win that game.
They had that, and didn't they have the scoop and score at the end of the half? I mean, it was two incredible plays.
James Harrison.
Yeah, James Harrison.
Took it to the house like 98 yards.
The Cardinals did everything but win that Super Bowl.
Yep.
Ken Wisenhunt.
Larry Fitzgerald was so good.
Yeah, he was. Kurt Warner, Larry Fitzgerald.
I don't think the Cardinals will ever win one in my lifetime. That window closing, by the way.
What, your lifetime? The Cardinals are going away.
I'll tell you,
that used to be a big statement. It's not as big anymore.
With a healthy DeAndre Hopkins, it is a totally different team. And I do think, Kyler's got to tighten some things up. They've got to get a new coach. They have to.
Yeah. All right. So tell us about Redmond, then I'll ask this next question. Redmond Distilling, the official vodka of the 2022 World Games.
Yeah, locally owned and operated as well. Our friends at Redmond Vodka, their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. Available at your local package store, including the Beverage Place and Pink Package. Also ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmond Vodka.
Okay, so if I asked you the question of the best team that gets eliminated this weekend in the NFC and the AFC, obviously there are 8 good teams left, so 2 teams have to go home. Who's the best team in the NFC and the best team in the AFC that gets packing this weekend? Initially, you would say, I think, loser of Packers 49ers and losers of Bills Chiefs, right?
Yeah, I think it will be the 49ers and the Chiefs. I think that'll be the 2 that go home.
Oh, you think Bills get the Chiefs in
KC?
KC?
But the Bills look so good against New England. I mean, so good.
If Nick Bosa plays, San Francisco is going to win that game.
You think so?
Yeah.
I just don't trust Jimmy G, and I don't think the pass rush can get to Aaron Rodgers.
I can't trust Lance anymore after last night. I don't trust his game pitch.
So you
anymore.
feel like we were sold a bill of goods
I don't
last night?
trust him after the Cardinals. They were not even in the game, Lance. I don't trust you anymore. I can't trust your intuition.
Again, I really felt like the Cardinals were going to win that game. Okay, I go back last week. I thought San Francisco was going to beat the Rams, and you guys were on me on that.
That is true.
So I split.
Yeah, but I go with the latest pick.
Anyway, I don't know if you guys realize this, not that this matters, but Green Bay is 0-3 all-time in the postseason against San Francisco, including 2 years ago
Where
in the
they got
NFC
run
Championship
down their
game.
throat.
And I think that's going to be the difference. I think Elijah Mitchell and Deebo Samuel running the football and taking pressure off of Jimmy Garoppolo. If Jimmy Garoppolo's got to make plays, then they've got problems. And what's the forecast? Have we checked?
I can check it. What, Green Bay?
In Green Bay, they're expecting the third coldest playoff game in NFL history.
You think so?
I think we got that this past week, didn't we?
The third coldest playoff game.
That's a Saturday night game, right?
Yeah, right now the high is 16.
Saturday, your high is 20, your low is 1.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say, let's see, what time's that kick? 7 o'clock?
16 at kick, wind chill below 0.
16 at kick. Does not have the wind chill.
You know, it's amazing.
No chance of snow, though. It's going to be clear and cold.
Is Aaron Rodgers is a California kid, but he seems to, and I guess he's just been there long enough.
Colder it gets,
but
better
he puts
he is.
those hands in the pockets, blows on the hands a little bit, and goes out there and just throws darts.
Doesn't it seem like the worse the weather gets, the better he is?
Doesn't matter.
But
And,
you're right.
he's able to move around on it, too.
And he's so quick getting rid of the ball. That's why I don't think the 49er pass rush can get to him.
Again, I think it comes down to whether or not Bosa plays. That 49ers team is so physical.
And I agree with you on the other side, on the Bills and Chiefs. It just feels like the Bills are more consistent than what the Chiefs' offense has been this year, though the Chiefs look like they sent a message this past week. You know, they look like their old selves this past week.
They did a little bit, but that Bills team just looks so good.
Well, you think about how many teams sent messages. Your Bucks looked incredible. There was some garbage time in the second half from Philadelphia. The Bills look great. The Chiefs look great. The Rams look great. I mean, you know.
The Titans and Packers were watching.
Yeah, and Cincinnati, you know, at times look really good in those conditions.
Yep.
Rams, Packers, NFC Championship game, Green Bay. I give you 2 tickets, and it's 16 degrees. Would you go?
No, because I think they probably lose.
I give you 2 tickets and guarantee a win.
Oh, I'm there. Shirtless.
And you can call plays.
Shirtless, yeah. You
I
get to
even
call
said
3
this
plays.
yesterday.
Where would the temperature cutoff be if I guaranteed you a win? You said I just cannot sit out
So
in that.
very random, but roommate and daughter had to go to a tattoo parlor yesterday.
I'd like to hear the entire story if you don't mind.
We had to.
All right.
But they were talking about some of the tattoos down there, and I said if I was guaranteed a Rams Super Bowl, I would never get a tattoo in my life, but I almost would get a Ram.
Like if I told you today.
But that would have to be like a small Ram somewhere like you couldn't see it.
You get a Ram on your butt and they win the Super Bowl, you would do it right now.
I would 1,000% do it.
Hey, a priest, my girlfriend and a daughter went to a tattoo bar.
A priest, my girlfriend, and a daughter.
I think that's as Gary the Gator.
It is, and I don't know where the priest came from.
There's no joke here.
I don't know the.
Yeah, but I mean, Brown, would
my
you
Gary
not?
the
I mean,
Gator.
look, I am just. I think tattoos look really good on some people. I'm just anti-tattoo for myself, just because it's so
I have
permanent.
zero desire to get one. I don't care if people do. I don't judge.
But would you get the old school Dolphins somewhere if you could have a championship?
I would almost get the old school Dolphins on my butt if it would guarantee me they'd go back to that logo. I'll even go beyond. Now I didn't. Let me be clear what I did not just say. Okay, for the Farmfolio chat room and for all you.
Yeah, and
right
I didn't
here,
say I was getting one if they win one.
I did not just say if the Dolphins go back to the old logo, I'll get a tattoo. What I did just say,
Because they're doing that next year, I've been told.
I've heard that a lot.
Yeah.
I'll
No,
believe it
I'm
when I
being
see it.
told this is the year. They're really going back next
I know.
year.
I've heard that a lot.
This is,
Jim,
you're
I hear it
dismissing
every year.
You're dismissing me like I'm saying Auburn's going to wear orange jerseys this
No,
week.
I know.
They're like, technically they are.
Yes.
In basketball this
Right.
week, and they're wearing orange. It's an orange out against Kentucky.
Right.
But I truly believe Miami's going back to the throwback uniforms next year.
I would hope so, but I have heard that in every offseason probably for the last 5 years.
and I heard the same with the Rams for about 10 years.
Well, you're never. I mean, you've got your future logo.
And
as we move to the Death Star and Battlestar Galactica ages of Earth,
No, I get
you've
it.
got your future logo.
Yeah.
But I still love the color scheme, so I'm good with
yeah.
that.
So
listen,
I don't trust your sources. I don't think you're well sourced on this.
Oh, I read it somewhere.
Oh,
I mean,
of course. It's all over the place. But I just want to go for the record, say I did not say if they go back to the old logo, I'll get the tattoo. What I did say was if it guaranteed they would, I would do it.
Okay, but back to my original question: if you were guaranteed a Super Bowl, would you get a tattoo somewhere?
Yes. If I knew that getting a Dolphins tattoo on my butt cheek would guarantee a Super Bowl, I would do it.
Yeah. Me
okay.
too.
But not guaranteed they go back to the old logo. You won't get it though, right? Just
If it guaranteed them going back to the old logo, I want to be abundantly clear for future shows. I'm not saying if they go back to that logo, I'll get the tattoo. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if me getting the tattoo guaranteed it, I would.
So weird.
Why?
Because
I know how y'all work.
No,
I know how y'all work.
The only reason I got the tattoo is because they changed the logo. Because
Brown,
I
we
got
don't
the
like
tattoo.
to paint people in corners.
I know how y'all work. When they go back to the old logo, you're going to say, well, Brown's going to go get his tattoo. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if the Dolphins said, Brown, if you'll get a tattoo, we'll go back to the
Tell
old
me
logo.
the last time Uber came up. When's the last time Uber came up?
Right there on the Farmfolio chat room. That's the reason I'm doing this.
Yeah.
Zach, this sounds like Brown in the Uber all over again. Nate, okay, Brown still waiting to get picked up by you in an Uber. Paul, Brown already crawfishing. Brown is just all Brown is doing is talking in third person, first of all. And secondly, just clarifying what I said is if Stephen Ross, the Dolphins owner, came to me and said, all we need to do to go back to the old logo is you to go get that tattoo, I would do it today. But I'm not saying if they do it, I'm going to go get a tattoo to celebrate.
That's where it gets confusing.
I don't know how that's confusing, Jim. Did they not teach you critical thinking at Montevallo?
I would like us to all get the whole show, all 6 of us here, to get some kind of either TNR, the red logo, or the Next Round logo tattooed on our bodies if we get to a certain number of subscribers and likes on YouTube.
If we can get to 20 million subscribers on YouTube, I'll get one.
And it's only no. If it's only because we got the tattoos.
I hate it when you do this. I hate it when Rockstar does
With
this.
20 million subscribers, I'll get a TNR.
You are such a turd when it comes to stuff like this, right?
You did it. You said
Hey,
it's abundantly
he's in a
clear.
mood today, too.
Dude, Rockstar is?
Because
Yes,
he keeps
he's a
doing this McVay thing that I'm just ignoring.
Let's
God, I can't stand it.
Let's lower that number a little bit. What if we got to 1 million? Would you do it for 1 million?
No.
If we got to 1 million subscribers,
I'm not getting a Next Round or a TNR tattoo, no.
the red TNR, the one with the actual N on it.
Yeah, TR.
Hey,
the red TNR one.
I'll need to talk to Lunsford.
Dude, 20 million, I'll put it on my sack.
I'm not going to need
20
proof.
million I'll watch. Make sure he does
I'll
it right.
need to talk to Lunsford to find out, I'll need some sort of idea on what level of subscriber equals what level of money before I make these decisions.
20 million is going to be a lot.
Oh, it is, yes. 20 million is a no-brainer. 1 million, I don't know.
I feel like
I think million's pretty good.
I think 1 million sets us up pretty nicely.
Well, I'll need those answers before I agree to a tattoo.
Launch for 1 million, we're still working every day, right?
Yeah, we're still working.
Yeah. Oh, 20 million, we're not working.
Yeah. And
Well, what's going to fuel those 20 million followers at that point?
Ain't my problem.
me and my tattoo are going to be on the beach.
Yeah, I'm going to have an ice pack on my nuts.
All right. You guys keep an eye on our YouTube channel. If we ever get to 19 million and some change, cut them off. Don't get to 20 because LT's walking out the door at that point. End of the show. All right. That's our first segment there. Who the hell knows what we're accomplished? Clay Travis is coming up at 10 o'clock today. We'll talk to Clay about everything going on in college and the NFL as we get ready for what is the divisional round now with the final 8 in the National Football League. When we come back, portal talk, NFL draft talk, and a lot more on college football. Who left, who's going, who's staying, and a lot more on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
Back with you. Headlines included Auburn number 2 in the AP poll and Alabama out. And Christian Harris announcing he's going to the National Football League. More on that in just a second. Clay at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Mortgage Right with us since day one of the show.
Hey, look, new year, new you. If you're looking to put some money in your pocket, start a big project, maybe consolidate some debt or free up some funds, cash out refinance can get you what you need. Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
All right, so yesterday was the deadline to enter the NFL draft. Give me your initial reaction on Christian Harris saying he's off to the National Football League.
I'm not surprised by that. And by the way, his last game was one of his best. I thought he played very well at the end there for Alabama. So, yeah, I'm not surprised Christian Harris is going to the league.
Not at all. I think Mel Kiper's got him ranked number 4.
Linebacker number 4. Yeah. So, that's probably second round at worst.
Yeah. Christian Harris, you understand. Do you feel the same about Chris Allen?
Well, I don't. I was a little surprised by that one, only because, and now look, Chris Allen could have a tremendous, combine and end up a first-round pick. Pass rusher is golden in the NFL. But I thought next year, being opposite Will Anderson, Chris Allen could get some favorable blocking. And I don't know, maybe Chris Allen looked and said, boy, it's going to be hard for me to keep Dallas Turner off the field. I don't know.
I think that's probably what it was. And, and Chris has been there for 4 years and had a pretty good 2020 and showed a lot of flashes, and then showed flashes early in that Miami game before he went out. But I kind of agree with you. I think it's the progression of Dallas Turner and how many reps am I really going to get?
Like, I'm 100% certain that's why Drew Sanders is an Arkansas Razorback today.
But I don't know where Christopher Allen is going to be projected.
I don't either. I mean, I don't know how much film they've got on the guy.
So you lose Allen and Harris to the draft. You lose Drew Sanders to Arkansas in the portal. You've got Toa back. You've got Will Anderson back. You got Dallas Turner back. You're okay on that front line. But boy, you just lost some. You just lost
major
some depth
Yep.
right there.
There's no doubt it's depth.
New guys coming in, and they're freshmen coming in. So nobody's going to cry for Alabama, but that's some experience walking out the door. Yesterday for Auburn, J.J. Pegues, one-time tight end, switched to defensive lineman into the portal. But they get a guy back from Oregon. Hoover quarterback Robbie Ashford is back in town, leaving Oregon, coming to Auburn. 3-star, 4-star, depending on where you looked, quarterback who is coming back, and he's joining this quarterback room now. And there you see a picture if you're watching us on YouTube and streaming there on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. In that room now, you have Zach Calzada, TJ Finley, D. Davis, Holden Gerner, and now Robbie Ashford. That's 5 quarterbacks. That's what Tennessee's quarterback room looked like last August.
Well, it did, but
there was a big difference.
Yeah.
There was a Hendon Hooker
That's
who
right.
we had seen make big plays at Virginia Tech. Joe Milton, who had had a couple of big games at Michigan. I mean, Robbie Ashford I don't know if he ever dressed for Oregon.
Yeah. I still don't know that Auburn fans have a quarterback they're comfortable with in that room.
I don't think they do.
Yeah. I don't think Robbie Ashford is the answer. I'm a local kid. Hope it works out.
Yeah. I mean, your betting favorite is Calzada right now based on what you've got in that room.
Yeah. And, I mean, most Auburn fans I know don't feel like Calzada. They feel like he's a upgrade from TJ Finley, which is not hard. They don't feel like he's an upgrade over what they've seen the last couple of years from Bo Nix.
TJ Finley was shaky at best. D. Davis couldn't even get on the field for the Birmingham Bowl. Robbie Ashford, Oregon had a decent quarterback situation this year with Anthony Brown. But again, Robbie Ashford I didn't see the field.
I think if you're an Auburn fan, I don't mean to speak for Auburn fans here, but I think if you're an Auburn fan, you hope they've hit gold with Gerner. You hope that he is the freshman that could come in and start right away like we've seen freshmen do in college football.
You hope he comes in and puts all these other guys behind him on the depth chart.
Well, because he's the one guy. I mean, you haven't seen a lot of Robbie Ashford, but since he played here locally, I think you feel like you know what you're getting with him. But Gerner's the one guy you haven't seen. You've seen the rest of these guys. You've seen Calzada. You're not blown away. You had one good game. You've seen TJ Finley. You want to be done with that. You haven't seen D. Davis, but you didn't see him in front of TJ Finley, so it probably tells you a lot about D. Davis.
Normally when you have first-year guys, though, at quarterback, they come out and make a huge impact. They've got guys that are surrounding them, skill guys, that can make plays. You tell me who those guys are. I mean, Tank is obviously a guy.
Yeah, Tank's a guy. I thought Kobe Hudson was going to be that guy. He's at Central Florida now.
That's right. And even guys you'd seen flashes in spring games or heard about in practice, like Elijah Canyon's not there anymore. You've lost some players there. Sean Shivers is at Indiana.
Yep.
Some guys that you thought were going to be at some point guys who contribute. They're not there anymore.
Well, Schenker is a good tight end. You got a solid tight end with Schenker. Shedrick Jackson at least comes back and gives you some experience play. You would have liked to have kept Kobe Hudson. I think Auburn fans were excited about what you saw in Kobe Hudson.
We've got the list of best available still in the portal. It's part of our morning reads if you want to get it from 24/7.
This is like Kuiper on the NFL draft. They always have his best available at the bottom of the screen. Yeah.
And that's where we're at right
it
now.
Is. Yep.
One of the guys, though, is Javon Baker, who just went to the portal from Alabama. And listen, I know you don't know a lot about him at Alabama because he didn't get many chances, but the guy was highly recruited there. I mean, if you're looking for a receiver, I'm not saying he's even interested in Auburn or Auburn's interested in him, but somebody's going to get a good receiver, I think, in Javon Baker. And he's 6th on that list of the top 10 best available guys still out there in the portal. And that, to me, I don't know what you guys think of Javon Baker. That guy, I think, is going to have a good college career wherever he ends up landing.
Well, I think if he can find the right offense and be with a good quarterback, yeah. I mean, he was a guy that made some plays. What was in the Mississippi State game where he got on the field and caught the touchdown pass. But, the truth is Alabama was looking for another receiver, and this guy couldn't get on the field consistently. JoJo Earl was in line in front of him before JoJo Earl got hurt.
Yeah, I just don't think you've seen enough.
Yeah.
I mean, again, highly recruited, but, in 2 years, 9 grabs.
Yeah.
But at this point, that's what you have to go by, is he was highly recruited. So you just always assume he had so many people in front of him, he never really got a full chance.
He didn't, but that's my point. Is they were looking. Alabama was looking for that guy. They didn't have that third guy really. I mean, Slade Bolden was a nice receiver, but they needed somebody that was out there with Mechie and Jamison Williams, and he couldn't get out there consistently.
And there are some of those guys. I mean, I go back to Jamison Williams, 9 receptions in 2020 for Ohio State, and you saw the difference he was able to make. You're going to be able to find one of those guys. It's going to be maybe one a year, but who knows? Maybe Javon Baker is that guy.
Javon Baker was a 4-star recruit out of Powder Springs, Georgia, and you wonder if he goes back maybe to the Bulldogs, who may be looking for a receiver, maybe not, or wherever he ends up. But Powder Springs, Georgia, I'm sure you look in the history of Auburn football, there's been Powder Springs, Georgia players to wear the orange and blue before. I'll bring Rockstar back into the conversation here. Rocky, I don't know if you just noticed that, but now that Slade Bolden has passed on the 2022 name, image, and likeness possibility of talking to Brown every week, he just got called an okay receiver by the guy who.
Oh, I'm not going to be a turd.
Yeah. Oh God. I hate it when you do that too, Ross.
Oh my God, I can't win.
You really can't. I can't
win.
I mean, don't do that. You got to stay in the fight.
Well,
that's what this show's all about.
Yeah.
He's not the best, man. He's not the. He's not.
Brown just called him an okay receiver.
I like Slade.
Right now,
after spending every night with him during the playoffs.
Slade a lot.
I like Slade a lot. Slade's a great kid.
I'll put his over-under at receptions next year in the NFL at 1.5. Where are you going?
Under.
At 1.5?
1.5 Dunaway.
Sounds like a steak bet, Rockstar.
That's what that does sound like.
1.5 regular season games or postseason, no exhibitions.
I'll give you either side except the under.
What?
That's pretty good.
Doesn't make any sense.
I'll take the under.
Yeah. 1.5, 2 catches.
That's all he needs.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't do it next year, that'll be his career. We might as well go ahead and career. We'll make this a TJ Yeldon bet.
Not necessarily. I mean, this is a way easier bet for you to win than the TJ Yeldon. Yeldon had to get thousands of yards. This guy's got to go 2 catches.
It'll be easier to keep up with for sure.
There's no doubt.
Jamar Chase went an entire year without a reception.
Did he really?
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
At LSU. He sat out.
Opted out.
Yeah.
Did he really?
So help me out, Farmfolio chat room. Should I go 2?
How would you describe Slade Bolden as a receiver? Since you take a shot at me,
who me?
Yes, you.
Who me?
I'll go like any other analyst who.
Somebody said Dunaway was washing his balls to get him back in Tuscaloosa.
I mean, really, I
don't think 1.5 is a high bar for you.
It was Bobby from Homewood who said that after we had him on the final appearance back when he was Brown's boy, not just okay.
I like the kid.
I like the kid a lot, and he should come back to Alabama.
Yeah, I would like to have seen him come back to Alabama.
The kid. Nothing's more demeaning than being called the kid.
No, he is a kid. He's 20, right?
I'm going to take it. I'll take a stake bet. I'll take over 1.5 next year for Slade Bolden.
Poor kids in Canada next year.
CFL. You could tear it up the CFL.
It probably would be pretty good, yeah.
Oh, man. You guys
So you don't get CFL catches, though. You only get NFL.
I only get NFL.
No USFL.
Regular season, postseason.
And he might be a gunner. He might.
That's why. Yes.
There could be a situation where
could it be a punt returner. Could it be a fair catch?
What?
2 fair catches.
Well, it could be a fake punt.
No, Samuel asked the question, can he play special teams? That's how a guy like Slade Bolden stays on a roster. I mean, when you're drafted that late, you got to be a special teams contributor.
Lunsford, will you email Slade? I know you got his email address, and just let him know that I still believe that he'll make at least 2 catches in his NFL rookie season.
That's what Slade wants to wake up to today.
Yeah.
Dunaway's betting on me?
The landmines all in. The guy who talked to him every night of the playoffs calls him the kid, and he's okay.
How would you describe him as a receiver?
I would say he's got a big upside, motor.
Full of heart.
Coach on the field.
Possession receiver.
Yeah. Coach on the field.
Gym rat.
I think he's got potential to be a really solid college receiver.
Yeah, I would like to have seen him come back another year. Whether he was on this show or not, I would like to have seen him come back another year.
Seriously, would somebody do a welfare check on TJ Yeldon? Because we went a whole season with this pandemic again, and he didn't get picked up one time. Do we even know where TJ Yeldon is? 27 yards away from me winning a stake.
I think the time is almost run out on that one.
He'll be your big test. Here's your big test.
I would at least like to see if he's.
I mean, Eric Weddle was 2 years retired, and he was on the field last night.
Playing at an NFL playoff game.
I mean, honestly, couldn't Yeldon be a better DB than that guy at this point?
I would think. I mean, I heard it was Booger McFarland before the game said, man, he just doesn't need to tear something tonight.
Oh, God. It's like he's playing slow pitch softball.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing, though.
Hey, so.
I just want to know if TJ Yeldon has, if he's 275 right now.
All right, but won't this be the big test? If he is not on a USFL roster, you'll know it's over.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, there's a space between the USFL, I believe, and being legitimately in the NFL conversation.
What would that space be?
Wherever TJ is right now.
Well, I mean, one of our Farmfolio
practice
viewers or listeners has got to know, at least through 2 or 3 degrees of separation, somebody that knows TJ Yeldon, right?
Yeah. Let us know where TJ
He's
Yeldon
only
is.
28.
That's what I'm saying.
25 days ago, the Ravens worked him out. That's the last I see of him.
There you go. Well, they worked him out. Was he exhausted after that workout?
He's still napping.
Raven said, enjoy the USFL.
All right, that's a stake bet here this morning, part of the show being brought to you by Brownie, our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Man, I'll tell you this, when I stopped by, my first visit ever to JohnstonRVCenter.com, it wasn't exactly what I thought it was going to be. I didn't know they had so many choices on property.
Rows and rows and rows, right? 2 locations. Dunaway was at that I-65 exit 334 location in Decatur. You could also visit their 304 location right there in Coleman, right on the interstate. Exclusive lifetime warranties from RV Warranty Forever on all the new models they sell and used models under 2 years old. JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com.
All right, the Rams win last night, dominating the Cardinals 34-11. Matt Stafford gets his first playoff win, completing 13 of 17 for 202 and 2 touchdowns. Also going to the NFL draft, Channing Tindall, linebacker from Georgia, and Javonte Payton, wide receiver of Tennessee. They're announcing they're off to the National Football League. When we come back, Bryan Harsin going into his second year at Auburn. Where are you right now on Harsin and his situation going into the next year as he tries to rebuild that roster down on the Plains? It's coming up right on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this: how do I set up the appointment? You can do it 2 ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Okay, guys, here comes Valentine's Day, and you've got to check out Blakely's Bouquets in Homewood. Call Blakely's Bouquets today for your Valentine's order. You'll get $10 off a dozen roses. 205-579-4900. 579-4900. And remember, you don't just send flowers for Valentine's Day or when you're sorry. As Beth Dutton said on Yellowstone, you give them for no reason, buddy. No reason at all. Custom bouquets at Blakely'sBouquets.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for LancesLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to LancesLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. LancesLock.com. Again, go online, LancesLock.com.
We may be the only show in America with this in our chat room. Brooke writes in and says, I'm behind, but Cliff is better looking than Ryan. Now, that is Brooke, Brooke.
So that's a girl.
Brooke is Brooke one of our great female listeners, or is that just
you could safely
very
say that,
comfortable football fan male who is saying Cliff is better looking than Ryan Gosling?
I've never encountered a male named Brooke with an E.
Yeah.
I think I have.
Really?
And if
It's usually Brooks.
Yeah, Rockstar is right on
Brooke with an E is a female, I think she's the only one that would believe that. But hey, to each their own.
that. Hey, but I would trust her more than anybody else that is in this discussion. She's a female.
Yeah, like Tommy Firestick.
Yeah, I don't care what he thinks.
Despite his fire stick, I'm gonna trust Brooke there with an E.
Don't you think Brooke probably is the most trustworthy person in this? I don't care one way or the other whether Cliff Kingsbury is better looking than Ryan Gosling or not.
He's not better looking than Ryan Gosling.
Well, I will take Brooke over you, though. That's what I'm saying. She's a female.
I'm going to agree with LT on this one.
Ryan Gosling, I might too.
Ryan Gosling in a notebook,
right?
And I'm not sure Cliff Kingsbury's smart enough to fill out a notebook.
Well, that's intelligence. That's not looks.
Yeah.
Forrester, can you get us a side-by-side of Gosling and Kingsbury? It's really, again, I'm very secure
as am
in my
I.
sexuality.
As am I. I think,
but it's not even close.
But I guess my point on this is if Warren Buffett were here discussing economics,
I'm not sure superior thruster is true on that statement,
Brooke,
by the way.
I mean, look.
Because if she
Brooke
was your mom,
like women
she'd
too,
say
though.
change your avatar.
How do you know Brooke likes dudes?
Well, I don't know anything about Brooke.
So then, that might.
But I'm just saying, if Warren Buffett were here discussing economics and we pulled a random guy in the hallway in here, who are you going to trust more?
Warren Buffett.
That's
but again,
right.
I'm going back. Brooke might like chicks.
She may. I don't know.
So that wouldn't make her an expert.
I would like Brooke to clarify a lot of these things.
That puts her on our level.
Here's the problem.
Either way, she wouldn't have liked Jay-Z last night.
Dude, Jay-Z, Rocky, I don't know if you're watching, he looked like Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh, I'm not surprised by that.
Why not?
Let me see.
Like when they first flashed, I was like, "There's Whoopi." No, that's Jay-Z.
Trip nails it. Brooke is correct, but Gosling is the better coach.
That's funny.
That's true.
Here's the crazy thing. Brooke has just told us she's behind. So like 20 minutes from now, she's going to hit this discussion.
Exactly.
And we're going to find out a lot about Brooke, I would hope.
I hope so, too. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
969-8100. That is the number you need to write down. If you've thought about LASIK surgery to see if it's right for you, call for the hassle-free consultation. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up. I went in over 20 years ago. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. I wore the contacts for years. I'm done with that. Make the call to find out if LASIK is right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Kevin's also correct over there. Looks are subjective.
Very true.
Economics are not.
Yeah, but Warren Buffett is an expert in the economics. I'm assuming most females that like guys I trust their opinion of what a guy looks like more than a man.
But it's still subjective.
It is
You've
subjective.
seen some like smoking hot girls with some banged up dudes. More time they've got money, but
Right, who the dude? Yeah.
Like Steffi Graf is a smoke show.
I mean, that's Dunaway's opinion.
Smoke show.
Again, subjective.
Dunaway can have that opinion all he wants.
Not now.
Yes.
In her prime.
Like in 1994,
And
95.
I think winning is sexy.
No, we all agreed if she
I like how he's changed it to make it
like
a little
if she
more
had a
valid.
ski mask on.
Who?
Steffi Graf back in that Sports Illustrated, I'd be like, damn, this one's got some potential.
Oh, keep it on, keep it on, keep it on.
I'm not sure the ski mask covers up the nose, LT.
No, it does,
It
does
pokes
not.
right out.
It does not,
Yeah. All right. What was I going to go to here?
Are you with Bryan Harsin?
Yeah, Bryan Harsin. Yeah, I was going to do something else first, but we'll do Bryan Harsin. I was going to do a UWDE's tweet right here at Next Round Live. Kobe Hudson couldn't catch COVID. Will not miss him at all in the receiving corps, which gets us to Bryan Harsin. Where do you think Auburn fans are with Harsin right now moving into the second season? Are they happy with the progression? Are they still at wait and see? Are they disappointed where they are right now? Because we've got a massive change happening with the roster. And I think a lot of Auburn fans, at least the ones I talk to, are in a very wait-and-see mode, but they trust this guy on having to flip this roster around, at least right now. Where do you think they are?
I think truth serum, I think they're scared to death. And I think when you look at just how it stacks in the SEC West, just specifically right there with head coaches, I think Bryan Harsin's in the bottom, and I don't even think you make an argument.
Yeah, I mean, Superior Thruster says Harsin needs time. That's what it says, Rockstar. Blake says he's disappointed with last season extremely. I think all Auburn fans are disappointed with last season. There were moments that gave you some hope.
Including the Iron Bowl.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the last moment you saw that was meaningful, I flushed the bowl game, the last meaningful moment you saw gave you a little bit of hope. I mean, your defense played extremely well against one of the best offenses in the country. You took it to overtime with every chance to win that game.
Yeah, I'll just say this. Gene Chizik won a national championship. Gus Malzahn played for one. I didn't think they were good coaches at all. But if you guys had to list 1 through 7, your SEC West coaches, where do you have Harsin? I mean, he is 7.
Well, I mean, I'm a little shaky on Mike Leach.
But Leach has accomplished more than Harsin.
Well,
so
he has
I would
at
put
this
I would
point,
put Leach in front of him, yeah. No, I think Lance is right. You almost have to go 7. You cannot – there's really no way you could justify putting him in front of Saban, Jimbo Fisher, or Brian Kelly. You cannot justify that at all.
Yeah.
Sam Pittman is very early, but everything he has done –
it's just an incredible turnaround.
It really
incredible.
is. So it's hard to put him in front of Sam Pittman.
He may have his best roster this year.
Lane Kiffin is polarizing, but Lane Kiffin, the head coach, has done some good things. He's done some bad things. He just took Ole Miss to a New Year's Six bowl.
Yeah, but it comes down to Leach and Harsin for me, and I'm not totally comfortable with Leach ahead of Harsin.
I just look back at where Mike Leach has had Washington State and Texas Tech. And that's probably going to if there is a tie, that's going to break the tie for him.
I know he's goofy and he brings some. I don't even want to call it baggage. He's just.
Yeah, but I don't get that Mike Leach right now. I'm getting this Mike Leach, the Mississippi State Mike Leach.
You are?
So we'll see what he turns it into.
Well, this Bryan Harsin was 6-6.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Mississippi State at 7-6 was a decent team this year.
Yeah, but that's year 2 of Mike Leach.
Year 2, yeah.
Year 2. So we'll see if Brian's 7-6 next year. Then he's on the same path.
Do you think they win 7 games next year?
I want to see the roster when we get to it.
There's got to be some portal work.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's where Auburn fans.
That's where I'm disappointed right now. I thought it'd be more bringing in a lot different talent than he's been bringing in on the portal.
When you parted ways with Bo Nix, I think Auburn fans were extremely hopeful you would get more out of the quarterback portal than Zach Calzada and Robbie Ashford. I think that's where Auburn fans right now are concerned is that, hey, I'm fine losing Bo Nix. I think a lot of Auburn fans were fine with Bo Nix going to Oregon.
But give me an upgrade.
And you have not yet gotten an upgrade out of the portal. There's still time. Time is running thin, and it's hard to believe you've already gotten 2 quarterbacks out of it. It's hard to believe you're going to go 3 deep now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the best player available in the portal, according to 24/7, is Caleb Williams. Going to be USC as early as today.
And I'm calling Jimmy Rain or Barkley, and I'm saying, look, we got to give this kid $3 million.
If you pull that guy out of the portal, I think Auburn fans would completely flip on Bryan Harsin and say, okay, I'm excited now.
Jackson Dart's number 2. He's either going to Oklahoma or Ole Miss.
Even him. I think if you pulled him out.
Either one. He's worth $2 million.
Yeah, you'd say I'm super excited about
Mekhi
that.
Wingo, DL Missouri, is the 3rd best guy. Travis Dye, running back. You don't really need a running back. He's the 4th best guy. Michael Trigg, tight end. He's going wherever Jackson Dart goes. The 5th best guy still out in the portal. I mentioned Javon Baker, wide receiver from Alabama. He's out there. That would be an upgrade. Taj Harris. There's a wide receiver right there from Syracuse. If you watch Syracuse play, he's a playmaker as well.
All those are nice, but I need somebody to get the football to him.
Brendan Rice, wide receiver, Colorado. There's a guy you could go get. So there's some wide receiver playmakers in there that you could still go get to whomever the quarterback is. Calzada or Gurner or whomever wins it has somebody to throw the ball to. Clay Travis, when we come back on the other side, our show being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Brown will update us on the Cowan Equipment poll questions coming up in the 10 o'clock hour as well.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
What does Clay think about the Final 8 in the National Football League, and a lot more with the founder of Outkick next on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram @JimDunaway.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're about to talk to Clay about how crazy Nashville is this week. We've had a chance to spend some time there, Brownie and LT and I, over the past couple of days. We're looking forward to the Titans getting into the playoff conversation. How crazy is Nashville as the number one seed with Clay in a second? First, a Precision Sports injury update going into the final 8 of the NFL playoffs.
Hey, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations in central Alabama, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. Your injury cannot wait any longer. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field. So make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Waiting to see Bosa come out of the 49ers protocol as they get ready for the 49ers and Packers if he's able to play this week. Jimmy Garoppolo's sprained shoulder is expected to play. Big news for the Buccaneers. Tristan Wirfs, who is the big stud offensive lineman, no practice all the way until Friday. He's in a walking boot. So we'll see if he's able to go as the Bucs host the Rams, who got the win last night. That's an injury update brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
All right, Clay Travis is the founder of Outkick, outkick.com, at Clay Travis on Twitter. You see him on Fox as well. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
I'm doing great. Didn't you used to operate the Snowdome there in Nashville?
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know what situation has been in Birmingham, but we've had 3 big snowfalls in like the last 2 weeks, which is, I mean, the most we've had in certainly a decade or more. I don't think there's any doubt, which is pretty wild. And we're still only, whatever it is, not even a little over halfway through January.
Yeah,
so a lot of times, as you well know, we get hit February or March snowstorm. So we've got some all-time record potential conditions here.
Yeah, I was up there. I had to cut a trip short this weekend because of the forecast, and I'm glad I did. It looked awful behind us, but you know, I was thinking if the Titans had not gotten that wild card, had not gotten the bye, they would have played in that. They would have played a home game in that. It would have been crazy.
Yeah, that would have been truly wild for Titans fans to not only be hosting a home playoff game, but to have a snowfall going on during it. I don't think that's ever really happened. I mean, we've kind of spit, flurries before, but we've never had a legitimate snowfall happen during a game, obviously, because those overlaps wouldn't occur very frequently in the first place. But yeah, I mean, people are super excited up here, nervous, like you can well imagine. We would all be given the circumstances. 3.5-point favorite over the Bengals. You win that game, and it's the biggest sporting event, I think, in the city of Nashville's history. You would host a AFC Championship game.
You know, Clay, as much as we like Wild Card Weekend, of those 6 games, only 2 came down to 1 possession. So, you know, watching them, they weren't great games. But when you look forward to the divisional round, these 4 games, I mean, Dunaway said this earlier, we have the best 8 teams left in the NFL.
I think that's right. And that's really what you hope when you get into the playoffs, is you're going to have the best matchups available. And I think that's certainly what we've got right now, and the lines would reflect that that's true. I mean, everybody is, 4 or 5 point or below favorite, even the home teams, relatively small favorites. And I think it's going to be a battle royale. I'm excited for both games Saturday. I'll be at the Titans game, and then also watch, obviously, both games Sunday as well.
Bengals Titans kick off the weekend, 3:30 on CBS there in Nashville. And, we were, being in Nashville, we love that city. We love what it has become for SEC basketball. How close do you think you guys are to possibly considering a new stadium? And I know that sounds sort of stupid, considering Wrigley and Fenway have been around forever and ever in stadiums like that. But we've seen what they've done in Arlington with a new baseball stadium. We've seen what Atlanta did when the Georgia Dome was functional. We've seen L.A. build SoFi. What do you think of Nashville one day doing a different looking type stadium that one day maybe could host a Super Bowl?
Well, they just announced the $600 million project to update and basically revitalize the entire, for people who are familiar with Nashville, east bank of the downtown Nashville area. So that is going to happen over the next 3 or 4 years, and I think that'll put Nashville in the running to be able to compete for an even higher level of events, right? I mean, the advantage Nashville has in the wake of, and I'm sure a lot of people watched parts of it in your audience, in the wake of the how well the draft went and how massively packed it was downtown. All the NFL people came in town for that, and the ones who had not spent time in Nashville, we have a very walkable downtown, right? You can, as you guys can probably attest, certainly if you come for the SEC basketball tournament, you can, if you fly in, you can, take a cab or an Uber into your hotel if it's in the downtown area, and not ever need to have a car for the rest of the time that you are in on your visit to Nashville. And certainly if you drive in, you can, hand your ticket to the valet or whatever, and you don't have to get your car back out the whole time that you're in Nashville for that either. And that's relatively rare. And there are so many hotels now in that walkable ring of downtown Nashville, and Airbnb and VRBO or whatever they call those companies are also wildly popular here. So lots of people come in with groups and are renting houses in the close proximity of downtown. And so I think there's a very good chance that in the next 10 to 15 years, Nashville will be hosting as big of sporting events as you could possibly host. I really do.
Yeah, Clay Travis is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I've said that before, like if you can't do this, but if you could just move Nissan Stadium and put a dome there, I think Nashville could host anything. Final Four, Super Bowl, with Broadway, leading and the footbridge over the river. I think Nashville could host anything. I think it will be an amazing investment.
Yeah, I think we will.
Yeah.
I think we will. I think that those events will happen at some point in the next 10 or 15 years. I think people are just that much in love with the city of Nashville. There's discussion, and there has been for years, about, as the technology evolves, what kind of roof could you potentially put over the stadium to protect it in the event of inclement weather and things such as that. But I think the city is on such a wild ride of event awesomeness that I think will. I've been saying this for a while, but I'm even more convinced now that at some point in my life, Nashville will host probably not just one. I think at some point in my life, Nashville will have multiple Super Bowls.
Hey, back to the divisional round. Can you make an argument if you could draft one of the 8 quarterbacks for the future from this moment on? Would you go Joe Burrow number 1 based on if you factor in age with the other quarterbacks?
one of you can scroll down because I asked my audience this question during Sunday's games, I think. If you could draft one of these 4 quarterbacks, I think the best 4 young quarterbacks in the league right now are Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Justin Herbert. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree, but I said, hey, those guys are all 26 or younger. If you told me right now, hey, rank the 4 best quarterbacks available in the NFL right now that are of that age, those are the 4 that I would go with. Anybody that you guys would add, this was before, obviously, the poor performance that Kyler Murray had. Some people said Kyler Murray. Some people said Lamar Jackson. There are other quarterbacks in that conversation. But to me, based on what we have seen so far, guys who've played at least 2 years in the league, those are the 4 best. Available options.
Yeah, Joe Burrow won your poll. 35% for Burrow, almost 50,000 votes. 35% for Burrow, 32% for Mahomes, 22 for Josh Allen, 11 for Herbert.
I'd almost go Allen first.
I think I would go Burrow.
I'd be tempted to go Josh Allen, I think. And look, I mean, Patrick Mahomes is the more proven of all those quarterbacks that are on that list. But I think all 4 of those guys are going to be, Pro Bowl, All-Pro caliber players for the next, and I think I said for a decade. So, you're taking everybody for the next decade. I think if you're a Bengals fan right now, first playoff win since 91, you've got to be ecstatic about what Burrow and Chase could represent to your franchise in the years ahead. But I think those are the 4 best guys right now of a young age in the entirety of the NFL.
Nobody wants to go against the NFL when it comes to television programming. Like the NBA yesterday on a holiday, instead of their usual triple header on TNT, they did a double header so they weren't going against the playoff game last night, which is a smart move when it comes to television ratings. The college football numbers continue to be criticized. Are you worried about college football viewerships, or is that just where we are, that they're a solid number 2 in sports in the landscape? And that's where they're always going to be, and it's still a healthy number. Where are you on TV numbers for college football?
They don't talk enough about the fact that you can only watch the college football playoff on cable. And I say that because early on when ESPN signed up to be able to put the game on, they had over 100 million subscribers for ESPN. I think they're down to like 74 million now. So, when you think about big championship events, one of my favorite stats is sometimes there's 40 million people who will watch the AFC and the NFC championship. And then suddenly 100 million people watch the Super Bowl. And you're like, wait a minute, everybody that I know watches at least some of the AFC and the NFC championship game because the people that I know are sports fans, right? But we more than double the audience. People come out of the woodwork to suddenly watch the Super Bowl that have no interest in watching 2 weeks before on Sunday the games that will decide who plays in Super Bowl. And so when you get into a championship game, you need to bring in as many casual viewers as you possibly can in order for those numbers to increase substantially. What appears to occur to me for college football is there is no casual viewer spillover, right? I mean, you guys can look up the numbers, but the number of people who watch the college football semifinal playoff games or the Rose Bowl is not that much different than the number of people who watch the college football national title game. And so I wonder how much of that is a function of cable at this point, where if you're a diehard and you're a big ESPN fan, you're going to watch. But the fact that this thing is not on ABC, NBC, CBS, or Fox, where, maybe people who are just flipping around on their television dial on a random night don't end up on it, I think it's becoming more and more significant every year, and almost no one talks about it. The impact of cable versus regular television, the number of people that don't have cable is skyrocketing. And I don't know what the floor is. Maybe it's 50 million, but we're talking about basically half of the people a decade ago who would have had cable deciding to cut the cord, and maybe they're going with just Netflix, or they're going with just Disney Plus, or they're putting together a series of bundles and they've decided they don't need cable. Well, those are not going to be casual viewers of the national championship game. And the reason why I bring it up is last night was Monday Night Football, right? ESPN had that playoff game, if I'm not mistaken. But they also put it on ABC. So if you were a casual fan and you were just flipping around, you would have seen that on broadcast television. I wonder why there's not more pressure put on ESPN to also simulcast the college football title game on ABC. If they did that, I think it would increase the viewership substantially just based on that decision.
Well, the College Football Playoff Executive Director, Bill Hancock, was on our show in Indianapolis the day after the championship game, and he made it abundantly clear that an expanded playoff, I thought done away, that he basically said it's going to be on multiple networks.
Yeah, I asked him about the NFL model, and he seemed to think that's the way we're headed.
Yeah, I mean, if it is an expanded playoff, Fox is going to get in the game. And I think, Clay, that's what would force ESPN to make that decision, is if Fox is doing it over the air. You know how these networks work. They don't want to lose the ratings game. So if Fox is doing it on over the air, ESPN would too.
I think it's something that the college football playoff should insist on as a part of their next negotiation. Now, the reason for people out there who are like, well, why does that happen? It's an interesting point. Is because ESPN is forcing the way that ESPN's business model works is everybody pays, and the way they force the cable companies and the satellite companies to pay them as much money as possible is they say, look, we've got exclusivity on the college football playoff. That's worth a ton of money. Therefore, you need to guarantee us $9 a month or whatever the cost of ESPN is. And they're worried about undercutting their business model by putting the game on ABC as well. But the NFL just says, screw it. We insist on you putting our game simulcast on ABC as well. To me, the college football playoff should do the same.
Yeah, that's why ABC doesn't have part of the Super Bowl rotation, is because they're not going to put it on.
I think they do going.
They will.
I think they do going forward now,
That's right.
as part of the new extension. It used to be every 3 years. It was Fox, CBS, NBC. Now it'll be every 4 years, and ABC will have it. But, yeah, they're not ever going to allow
That's right.
The Super Bowl to exist on cable because the NFL wants the biggest possible audience. And a lot of people, have the traditional broadcast networks that may not have access to cable.
All right, at Clay Travis on Twitter. Read him at Outkick. See him on Fox. Clay, thank you for the time. Have a great week.
Hey, appreciate you all. Thanks a lot.
All right, buddy. Take care. Clay Travis with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And this part of the show being brought to you by Rockstars guy, Adam Mestre.
It's Adam Mestre done away at MD Realty. Did you know that Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised right here in Birmingham, so he knows the area? You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Rockstar's viewing menu in the next segment, and we'll get back into sports, but away from sports for a second. And follow me here on my train of thought. But the internet was blowing up yesterday that Taylor Swift was possibly engaged to Joe Alwyn. And my point I want to ask here.
Should I know this guy?
I don't know who he is.
Okay.
I saw a picture.
He's an actor.
He's an actor. Okay. Apparently not a great one. He's no Ryan Gosling.
Yeah. No, he's about to win the lottery if this is true.
Yeah. So allegedly engaged 32-year-old Taylor Swift and Joe Alwyn, according to media reports yesterday. Now follow my line of thinking here. Is there a concern if you have a share in Taylor Swift, if you're Taylor Swift, that if you get engaged and are married, your quote unquote pipeline to success goes away? She sort of made a living off of writing breakup songs and love songs.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And now, to me, the Cubs, when they won the World Series, was a great story, and that was a fun year. Since then, the Cubs haven't been the same.
Not as lovable as they used to be.
You know what I mean?
Yep, no, you're right.
Like I felt like we all loved the Cubs because the Cubs were losers. And, oh, man. But it's fun to go to Wrigley. It's fun to have a good time in Chicago. And we'll go to the game just to go to the game. But then all of a sudden we started expecting the Cubs to win, and it just wasn't as much fun anymore with the Cubs. I'm concerned if you're a Taylor Swift guy or fan or you have investments in Taylor Swift.
I'll bring one name up for you. That seems like she's doing fine. She writes a lot of breakup songs. Adele. Is she not married and have kids?
Yeah, well, and then the new album's going through the breakup and everything. But I'll tell you, the thing about Taylor Swift, I think because now she is
32,
going on 33, The only reason I know that 1989 album.
That's right.
Yeah, dates her, so everybody knows her age. I think she's gotten to a point where she can get married. You know, there was a time publicists used to keep their heartthrob clients. Like, even if you're dating, we can't let anybody know this.
That's right. That's right.
Because we want the appeal of that, you know, although it's far-fetched and it's a 1 in a million, somebody might be able to land you.
Yeah.
It's still their all-time dream to be able to date somebody like you. I think Taylor is far enough in her career that it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Would it absolutely crush you if she takes his name?
Taylor Alwyn?
Yeah.
There's zero chance.
What's his first name? Joe?
Yeah.
He'll be
By
Joe
the way,
Swift. Yeah.
If she
Joe
did,
Swift's a good name, by
Joe
the way.
Swift.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he will. And based on her politics, there might be a hyphen, but I don't even think she'd go that direction.
Now, I will say, though, looking at old Joe Alwyn, I was prepared to say that he was going to have the upper hand of the relationship looks-wise. I think that's pretty
fair.
Yeah, I think it's about a wash.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's dated, John Maris. She dated the guy that plays Loki, Tom
Hiddleston.
Yeah, Tom Hiddleston.
I'd put them on the same level right there.
She's got a long list of dudes she's dated.
Obviously, Justin Timberlake and Jessica Biel, is that her name?
Yep.
Still together.
Yeah, right. Hadn't affected them.
They're still together a long, long time. Taylor Swift and Joe Alwyn, if they end up getting married, you think she's a 50-50 chance on marriages lasting forever? You think she's the type person that would last forever?
Well, I think she's probably a lot more mature than she was. I think she's got a shot. It's 50-50. I mean,
I don't think she'll be on the road a ton.
So I think she is on the road a lot.
I don't think she will be moving forward, though. I mean, I think she'll be.
But I think that can benefit some relationships. You'll give me that.
No, you're right about that. But Taylor Swift strikes me as the type of person, Rockstar, correct me if I'm wrong, that could announce like a 40-city tour.
Yeah.
And fly to those cities, do the show, and fly back home, and I don't have another show for 5 days.
Yes.
She's not grinding it out on a bus, town to town.
No.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to do Birmingham, Atlanta,
That's
Nashville.
Right. I can pick the 40 biggest venues in the United States, do a U.S. tour, and I'm flying private.
Well, the next thing for her,
in and out.
The next big thing is the residency. That's the next thing. So when she does a Vegas residency.
Yeah. Boy, I can't even imagine what they would have to pay her for a residency. I think they'll make it 10 years.
Yeah. So you're saying not for 10 years.
Jim bets on love, so he's got permanent.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they get married first.
She's written an inordinate amount of songs about breakups for a marriage to last.
Well, that was my point, Brian. Yeah. At some point, just if you haven't had a big hit in a long time, do you crash the wedding just to come up with a great album?
A new breakup song.
The Black Album. All right. My point on all that was about the Cubs. I just don't.
Sure.
It's different. Yeah, I think it was
the
good.
Cubs are different until they won.
I know Cubs fans don't want to hear this. I thought it was good for baseball, that crazy curse. Because I had the conversation with somebody the other day about, I think it's so important for fans that are true fans to experience a championship. And we kind of had that on this panel the other day in a 3-and-out. But for the Cubs, there was just something. I was glad for the fans once they won it, but before I was pulling against them because there was something good for baseball that the Cubs were always grabbing for it and couldn't get it.
And there's something different about the Cubs than the Clippers. I don't think America is invested on the Clippers ever winning one.
No,
you know
I don't
mean?
think the U.S. cares about the Clippers. The Cubs became lovable losers.
But I'm sort of that way with the Browns right now, right? I love the Browns' frustration with the fans. How they're just trying to grasp that ring. They've sort of become the new Cubs. This is our year. And then to watch them get snatched away, it's sort of sad and fun at the same time. And that's the way it was.
It was 3 years ago where everybody got a beer in that city when they won a game. Remember how long it was? It was years before they won a game.
That was like a 19-game losing streak they broke, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then last year they won a postseason game, and then there was this expectation that they might be a Super Bowl contender this year, and then they're back to being the Browns.
I had a dream last night I was the Vanderbilt head coach.
In football?
Yeah. Speaking of lovable losers.
You only won 2 less games than Clark did.
That's true. We were about to win the game. I was in a dream. I don't know who we were playing. We were about to pull an upset. And I was trying to motivate the team.
Yeah. Listen, nobody's ever invested when the Bucs are bad, which traditionally they've been bad more years than they've been good.
Nobody cares.
Nobody in America cares that the Bucs have always been a losing franchise.
That's right.
But for some reason, the Cubs, I always felt like America bought into the Cubs being losers.
That World Series was a big deal.
It was. And I cheered for them to win. People like my professor, Carl Perkins, lifelong Cubs fan.
Where were you on that, Brown?
Our buddy Kirk Sampson,
lifelong
Neil
Cubs
McCready.
fan.
Neil McCready, lifelong
I know
Cubs
a ton
fan.
of them.
Yeah.
But, Brown, who were you pulling for?
For what? In the
In the
Cubs
Cubs.
series? Didn't really care. It was
But
during, it
do
was
you
during
see my angle?
I can't even remember. Were they playing the Indians? It was in football season. I did not care. I really didn't care.
They were playing the Indians.
Yeah.
I can't remember the other team.
It was football
the
season.
Indians.
I was pulling for football
Since
season.
5 years old, and Cowboys and Indians. Brown's always been a Cowboy.
That's right. Did not care.
Yeah. All right. That was just my point on the Taylor thing. That
Good point, Jim.
I would be concerned if I was in the Taylor camp that she would become the Cubs, and all of a sudden, not as much fun. But I'm sure the Cub fans still enjoy that year.
And guess what? I don't think it matters with the money that she's got right now.
Oh, she cannot do another record ever. Period. All she has to do is keep releasing her old albums and making a ton of money. They go to number one again. When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu. Is that another sneeze behind the glass?
The man's an animal.
Was that Lunsford?
It was.
Yeah.
I can identify that one.
I knew it wasn't Forrester because he's on his first day of Way to Wellness. Chances are he's in the bathroom peeing right now. He walked in today. He's like, really? I've got to drink this much water per day? And yeah, you do. You get used to it eventually. When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu, and we'll get into the SEC's sexy offseason picks. Who's getting too much love? Who's not getting enough? Brown's got some thoughts. So does Connor O'Gara of Saturday Down South. That's coming up on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour, The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
New year, new you. Get past those old aches and pains. Let Stretch Zone help you work towards your goals easier. Come see us for a free stretch, then give us 12 weeks while you stretch towards your goals in 2022. To learn more, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
All right, time for Rockstar's viewing menu. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Every day on the show, if you missed it earlier, a little stake bet that we made on the show in the first hour. I've got Slade Bolden with more than 1.5 catches in his rookie season in the National Football League. LT's got under 1.5. So we'll see how Slade, first of all, got to make a team, and then got to get on the field and make a catch, or technically 2, over the course of a 17-week season and possible postseason.
I mean, let's just, when I'll get to this in a second, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. 800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com. Duke Williams, just bring him up because I brought him up on the show the other day.
Jeez.
Remember he won strongest hands in the Rams camp in Hard Knocks?
You know, I don't remember that.
I don't remember that.
Okay, well, you guys probably weren't watching that
I was
season
not.
of Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know if he ever got a reception in the NFL.
I would guess he didn't.
You guys will give me Duke Williams more talented wide receiver, right?
Than Slade Bolden?
Yeah.
Yes. Slade Bolden was a more productive college wide receiver, though.
Yeah.
But Duke Williams,
But
tools.
again, the NFL, it's all about talent.
Yeah, tools, Duke Williams was better, yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. I like my point. Rockstar, what are you watching tonight?
I got something for Dunaway tonight. Something I don't think, except for Dunaway, I have never seen an episode, but Hulu, How I Met Your Father from How I Met Your Mother.
I watched every one of How I Met Your Mother. I thought it was so well done.
Never seen it. The kid that's really talented that played Doogie Howser?
Neil Patrick Harris.
Yeah.
Also,
seemed really obnoxious in that show.
Bob
though.
Saget was the narrator of How I Met Your Mother.
That's right.
I never knew that till you brought it up in trivia last
and I
week.
never saw it. And one for Lance tonight, 7 p.m. on Access TV, Top 10 Revealed. What do you think the theme is for the Top 10 Revealed tonight? And I would love to get your list of this.
I mean, what are some of the other reveals?
Top 10 90s rap songs.
Oh, that's tonight?
Yeah.
LT? What's a give me 3?
I mean, like
I Wish by Skee-Lo.
Give me 3 that have to be on there. Absolutely have to be. Somebody said Gin and Juice.
Gin and Juice probably will be on there.
Scott's
California
right.
Love will probably be on there.
Hold on, I got to go to my Spotify.
Gangsta's Paradise.
I was just
probably because it's so mainstream. Yeah. Good Day, Ice Cube. I don't know. I mean, that goes so deep.
I was just updating this
Pumps and a
playlist the
Bump.
other night.
Hypnotize has got to be on there.
Don't know, looking up rap songs?
No, he's got on his Spotify.
Regulate?
I'm going down to my.
I don't think Regulate will make it.
It's a good tune.
That is a good tune.
I hate rap too.
We joked about my playlist Spotify. I think it was one day when you were gone, Brown, back in our radio. I named my playlist.
No, I
Weird
was here
Things.
for that. Yeah. What's your rap playlist?
Air Force Ones.
God.
So awkward.
That's a good tune, though. I mean, Nelly
Would Air Force Ones be on there?
Nelly, no. I think Nelly would probably be
He was in the
Country
2000s.
Grammar, probably.
That was in the 2000s. I think Country Grammar was like 2001.
Yeah,
Would
probably
work
was.
it. Missy Elliott. We're going to throw some ladies on there.
Well, you know they will. You know they got to be politically correct.
Gotta have Snow and Former on there.
Shouldn't be on there.
Was Ja Rule in the 90s?
Jaw?
I did that
Rule.
intentionally.
No, you
Ja
didn't.
Rule?
No, you
Would
didn't.
Ja Rule?
I don't know how to pronounce this. Demux? Demux?
It was Ja Rule?
I did that intentionally. Juicy, Notorious B.I.G.
Juicy is a great tune, but I think Hypnotize would be on there before.
No joke. Will Baby Got Back be on there?
It probably will, because I think the guy that hosts this show is Dee Snider. I don't think he's all about
Snider
I
from
think-
Twisted Sister?
Yeah, I think he's one of the ones that.
I mean, what's
does
the
show.
criteria?
I don't know. It just says 90s rap
Would you
songs.
not call Baby Got Back rap? I mean, it's 100% rap.
100%. Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Ice Ice Baby was rap.
Mainstream. Yeah, I mean,
it'll 100% be on there.
both of those, I think, hit number one on the chart. So I wonder if it's more about the listens, the downloads, or is it more about
or
quality?
critically acclaimed or something like that, yeah.
Shaggy Bombastic.
Mr. Bombastic, Mr. Fantastic. Bombastic.
That guy's still got a career.
Good vibrations, Marky Mark.
That was the best thing Shaggy's ever done is the Cheetos commercial for the Super Bowl.
Oh, it was fantastic. I can't wait for the Super Bowl again. It wasn't me.
Mila Kunis.
Lance, I mean, Clay is right. How did they make that into such a... I mean, he's right because AFC, NFC will get huge TV numbers, and then they'll double for the Super Bowl. Like, people that paid zero attention. How did they make it such an event, I wonder?
Because people have parties and people are looking for social events.
People have parties because it became a big event. I'm saying it had to be a big event first. I just don't.
It just grew and grew and grew, and it's part of our culture now.
Yeah, I know, but it's just crazy. I don't.
Same thing with the Kentucky Derby. Who cares?
Well, they have parties for the Kentucky
people
Derby.
People don't even watch the Derby.
But you guys are talking about maybe 5 million people watch the Kentucky Derby. Maybe. I mean, I'll go look at what it is. But we're talking 100 million people. A third of the country watches this game.
But I get it, but you're right. I mean, nobody cares about horses. But, I was talking to Will Haver at Odie's last week, and we were talking about mint juleps. It was one of the questions. And I was like, when is the last time you served a mint julep here? And he goes, like, every year for Kentucky Derby. There's a Derby party. So people have Derby parties. Yeah. Everybody has Super Bowl parties.
Those sweet hats.
Mary and Mark Wise. Mark Wise of the SEC Network analyst, and Mary Wise, who's the legendary volleyball coach at Florida. When they were in Lexington and I lived there, they had a well-attended, very popular Kentucky Derby party every year.
I was having a little fun when I said it like 20 years ago, but I truly believe we will get to a day where the day after the Super Bowl is a national holiday.
We're very close now because it's almost on President's Day weekend. I mean, we're getting extremely
Might as well line
close.
it up, right?
Well, I mean, I think they're talking already about adding another game, aren't they? Doing an 18-game regular season. Isn't that part of the discussions now? Yeah, and if you did that, it would push it right back to President's Day.
I don't know if we'll get to 18 games.
I've heard that's what they're already talking about.
It's a long season.
Some quarterbacks have one reception in a regular season, LT. Like Taylor Heineke had a reception this year. I'm looking at one reception, guys.
He was also on the roster.
Drew Lock had one reception.
He was on the roster, too.
Yeah. So you're saying Slade doesn't make a team is where you're
I don't think Slade's going to make a team.
Larry Roundtree had a reception this year.
You understand they've got 5 receivers that are active.
Seth Williams had one reception this year. I'm just throwing out names I know.
Seth Williams was, no offense, Slade, was 3 times more talented. You guys will give me that, right? Seth would disappear.
Yes. Yeah, he would disappear.
I don't know if he had the dedication of Slade.
If he did, he'd be amazing.
Looking back, because you said the same thing, would you say that who had a better chance of making an NFL roster, Hunter Renfrow or Slade Bolden?
No, Hunter Renfrow. I think we forget.
Nobody thought he was going to make it. He's got heart.
I disagree. Hunter Renfrow was drafted like 3rd or 4th round.
I would guess offhand, Hunter Renfrow had 3,500 receiving yards in college. Over or under?
He also played for 7 years.
I would go under. I would go under that. But I'll tell you right now, Renfrow was drafted in the 5th round.
I'm pulling up his college stats right now. Don't know what you think over or under 3,500 receiving yards.
I'd almost like you hit me with an axe.
If he had 3,500?
No. No.
Dang.
If Slade Bolden goes 5th round or higher.
Holy crap. 2,100 receiving yards for Hunter Renfrow. Yeah. Never had more than 600 yards in a season.
At Clemson?
He had 602. Well, that's where he played.
Wow.
He had 602 yards. That was his high number.
And he's killing it in the NFL.
I don't know if I'd say killing it. I mean,
he's a big part of their offense.
Played well for the Raiders, yeah.
Guys who had 2 catches this year, Benny Snell, running back, but out of the backfield. Luke Stocker had 2.
Benny Snell was
big list.
Hell.
Well, I mean, Dunaway is out.
I don't know the rest of these people.
Yeah, but Benny Snell was a hell of a player.
Yeah. Cam Akers had 3.
Okay,
he was hurt.
He's only played 2 games.
Yes, but he had 3 catches.
But he was a guy I recognize. So we're to the 3s now. There are a lot of people in the NFL, apparently. I mean, I went through 5 pages on NFL.com just to get out of 1 or 2 catches.
So
a lot of people go in and catch the ball and they never get another one.
One of the best 160 wide receivers on the planet.
Is that how many you start?
That's how many are active.
That is a small group.
Don't always just realizing that's a small group.
I'm praying for a miracle now, man. Praying for a miracle. All right, that's Rockstar's view. I mean, you. Is that everything, Rockstar?
Yeah, that's everything.
All right.
Of note.
I got a Connor O'Gara list from Saturday Down South. 3 teams getting way too much love in the way too early top 25.
I bet he put Utah on there.
And 3 teams not getting enough love. But, Brown, you also was developing this from a different angle.
Well, here are 3 teams that I have noticed. Like every year we get a sexy SEC pick. These are only SEC. I don't know if Connor went deeper than the SEC.
Did. He's in the national, which is why I'm letting you go first.
Yeah, thank you. Every year we get what?
I'm just laughing at me setting you up.
Oh. Every year we get a team that is the sexy team. They become the sexy pick. Like Texas A&M was it this past season.
The Ryan Gosling, if you will, of the SEC.
Okay, the Ryan Gosling of the SEC. They become a sexy. Here are 3 teams I have already noticed have got some steam, and I just want to know who you guys think will be the biggest sexy pick of these.
I will write down
Okay.
who number 1 is in my book.
Believe it or not, and you know we like this coach because he came on the show and he was really good. South Carolina, I have seen picking up some steam. I have actually seen people saying they will contend for the East.
Well, I think when you look at what Shane Beamer was able to do in year 1, winning 7 games, and then you add in Spencer Rattler, and you got a quarterback. He did it with no quarterback last year.
So you don't have a problem with this, or you're just saying you can see why it's a sexy pick?
I still, it's one of the mysteries to me how he won 7 games this past year.
So I'll put that as number 3. I think that's your number 3 sexy pick in the SEC.
Spencer Rattler has changed what they think will happen.
Yep.
And I think we said when Rattler went there, I would venture to say their win total doesn't change.
I'm going to say this team is number 2. This team has cleaned up in the transfer portal, and everybody is already in love with what Sam Pittman has done. I think Arkansas is going to become a sexy pick in the Southeastern Conference.
I said earlier this show, this is his best roster.
Oh, Sam Pittman's best roster? Absolutely. But he got Noah Cain. Noah Cain transferred in.
Absolutely.
Drew Sanders transferred in from Alabama. You're already returning a quarterback that might be top 3, top 4 quarterback at the Southeastern Conference.
Got Malik Hornsby back out of the portal to get depth at quarterback.
Yep.
Got Bumper Poole not to go to the NFL. He's hanging around.
Lance, do you see this one? I'm not saying they're going to win the West, but I think this will be a sexy pick in the West. It will become trendy to pick them because what people are going to look at is all those names back. They host Alabama.
Well, from
they
3
beat Texas
wins
A&M
to 9 wins.
Yeah.
You've done this perfectly so far.
All right. Your sexiest pick in the SEC is going to be Tennessee. I don't think there's any doubt. The way Hendon Hooker played this year, I was looking at some of their stats. It's crazy offensively how much they increased. Now, Pruitt ran a really
Again, Josh Heupel, he can call a game.
Yeah. I was a big doubter on the Heupel hire. But I'm telling you, they're going to be a sexy pick.
Yeah, look, and I don't know if it's going to equate to a championship for Tennessee, but, it's at least a fun product to watch now.
People will talk themselves into Tennessee contending with Georgia for the East. That'll be your sexy pick.
Well, I think Tennessee's going to start 4-0.
I haven't looked at their schedule. Who they got?
I mean, the tricky game is week 2 against Pittsburgh. They've got that home and home. So
they should have beaten Pittsburgh this year. Pittsburgh was better.
And no Kenny Pickett. Keaton Slovis.
Yeah, they'll beat Pittsburgh.
I don't think Slovis is going to be nearly as good as Kenny Pickett was with Whipple not there. So Ball State, at Pitt, Akron, and then the game against Florida in Knoxville. Tennessee will be favored in that game.
I agree with you on Tennessee. Tennessee, not one mentioned by Connor O'Gara. You did name one that's on his list. Is it not enough love? Or is it too much love? And what you guys are saying in the Farmfolio chat room about too much love, sexy off-season picks maybe, when we come back on the show as we roll on. The JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline is open, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Marty Smith added to the guest list. He's coming up at the top of the hour. Trash coming your way at 11:30. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. If you're looking for a refinance in 2022 to get money out of your house, Mortgage Right's a great place to start.
Yeah, Mortgage Right they've been behind the next round here since we started August 16th. So make sure you go online and you can check out more information, mortgageright.com/TNR. But if you're in need of some quick cash to get those New Year's resolutions afloat, our friends at Mortgage Right, they are the GOAT when it comes to getting your finances back on track. With a cash out refinance, you can make your most expensive resolutions a reality by taking advantage of your home equity. Again, ring in the new year the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We're rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Brown's got a little dead wood he's going to clean up here, but also he's going to tell you about Wayne's, who will keep your home or your business clean from infestations with their new Smart Pest services out there. You can't beat Smart Pest, Brown.
24/7 rodent monitoring. Your crawl space, your attic. You don't want the rodents all up there. Let Wayne's handle it. It monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. 866-WAYNES1. Mention the code TNR for the next round. 866-WAYNES1, code TNR, and get $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. I don't know why I said Noah Cain to Arkansas. He went to LSU. Milkman points that out. He's absolutely right. I screwed that one up. It was Jordan.
And I Joel Clattered you. I went, yeah.
I feel you.
Yep.
It was Jordan Hazelwood was the other one I was thinking of, the receiver at Oklahoma, who I really liked at Oklahoma. So anyway, that's on me. Didn't mean to say Noah Cain. He went to LSU. I still stand by the fact, though, that people will talk themselves into Arkansas, maybe even finish at second in the West.
Arkansas is the one that is on the Connor O'Gara list. He's got a list of 3 teams getting too much love and 3 teams not getting enough love. One team getting too much love, according to Connor, is Arkansas. He says they are a top 20-ish type team, 20 to 25. Doesn't see them being any higher than that they'll fall in just because of the toughness of the division they're in.
Yeah, but we said that last year. They had the most brutal schedule in college football going into 2021, and they won 9 games.
Yep. I mean, he's an excellent football coach. And my only point is because, I think it was it's Jeremy in the Farm Folio chat room. A&M and Bama are way above Arkansas. Arkansas beat A&M this year.
Yep.
You can't say they're way above them now, and they played toe-to-toe with Alabama in Tuscaloosa. So, I mean, I'll give you Alabama's way above Arkansas. I'll flush that outcome at Tuscaloosa, but they beat A&M head-to-head.
To me, the playmaker they had was Treylon Burks, right?
He's fantastic.
And he's gone, right?
He is.
He's gone. I mean, that's what's weird. Yeah. And I thought the defense, although they gave up some points, I thought it was a really physical defense. They lost 8 off that defense.
Michigan State's another one he thinks getting too much love.
I would agree.
He doesn't call them a top 25 team. He says borderline top 25 this year.
Well, you lose 6 starters on that offense, and Kenneth Walker to me was what drove that offense.
He was the engine.
Yeah, and Kenneth Walker's on to the NFL now. So and Jalen Naylor on the perimeter was so good at wide receiver, and he's gone.
And Peyton Thorne is back, so everybody loves it when you get your quarterback back, right? But what was he without the running game and the one go-to receiver to throw it to?
I mean, their biggest win of the year, it's what got him the extension, was that Michigan game. And, Lance, it was all Kenneth Walker in that Michigan game. I mean, they were just able to run the football on Michigan.
The team that's getting too much love, number 1 on his list, Connor O'Gara Saturday down south, is the Texas A&M Aggies. And he says they're borderline top 10, but not where they're getting projected in all these way too early top 25s. And he says basically it is just the stacking upon stacking of good recruiting classes, with the last one being the number 1 recruiting class in the country. That's going to bump you maybe a little over your skis a little bit.
Look, you lose half your starters. More than half your starters. You're losing 12 starters off that team that went 8-4 last year. You found a way to beat Alabama, but you lost 4 other games. And when you start to look at the schedule, they got some difficult out of conference games. I mean, Appalachian State, they've got too much talent. They should be able to win that game. Miami becomes a difficult game. Now the game's in College Station. They got to go to Starkville, to Tuscaloosa, to Columbia, which I never thought I would say that's a difficult game. But you guys will give me A&M at South Carolina this year. Becomes a really tricky game.
The best quarterback in that game may be in the Gamecock uniform.
Got to go to Jordan-Hare. I wonder how good the SEC West is going to be this year outside of Alabama.
Oh, that feels 9-3 to me. That's what that schedule feels like, 9-3.
Which would be way below where they're being projected right now. They're being projected sort of where Ole Miss was this year or a little better. Not getting enough love as we approach the top of the hour. Marty Smith coming up with us, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Simpio. Simpio, always willing to give your company all the love it needs to get you through HR, payroll, and a lot more.
Yeah, one of the first things we did when we got together and put this thing together the next round is we called Blake and the guys at Simpio, because they're going to take care of all of the BS in every single office that you don't want to take care of. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of the year. No annual contract means you can get out at any time. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467, or check them out online. Go to Simpio.com.
Tripp says South Carolina's road games, Arkansas, Florida, Clemson, Kentucky, home games, A&M, Georgia. That is tough 6 right there just to get bowl eligible. You got to win the rest of them if you don't win any of those. Charles says Michigan State better be a top 10 team. They're paying their coach top 10 money. They're going to be in the Jimbo Fisher cycle here pretty quickly. What are we paying him for? Right?
That will start this year. Would you not agree with that? I mean, we said that Kirby Smart has won a national championship now.
Yep. And we'll wait and see how much money Kirby makes on that. Not enough love, and I agree with this. He says Baylor. Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South, says, to me, Baylor is a borderline top 5 team, and they're being projected very differently.
Great second year, by Dave Aranda after a very disappointing first year. One of the biggest hires in all of college football last year was Jeff Grimes, the offensive coordinator coming from Brigham Young to Baylor. And Lance, it just flipped them. It completely flipped them.
Yeah, I think it shows you what really good coordinators can do, because it seemed to me that Dave Aranda in year 1 was lost because the offense was that bad. But again, when you start to look at attrition, Baylor's not one of these teams that recruits at the highest level. They're losing 8 on offense and 7 on defense. I mean, that's replacing a ton of starters.
Not getting enough love from Connor O'Gara. Clemson, I agree with this. I mean, that program can't fall away, and they only fell away to 3 losses. They can't fall off the map like we have projected them to do. Clemson will be back this year.
Yeah, I think it's a one-game situation to see which team actually gets to a college football playoff. I think NC State has a real opportunity of getting there. I do. And I think it comes down to that Clemson-NC State game. The game's in Clemson this year.
Yep.
So that could be the difference. I think Clemson will bounce back this year.
And the last one that's not getting enough love, and this is the only one I totally disagree with Connor. And he says it's Ole Miss. And I don't know where they're going at quarterback.
Yeah.
Could be JT Daniels now who's in the portal. Could be Jackson Dart if they don't get him.
Quarterback and receiver. I mean, they lost so much there.
And they lost Jeff Lebby, and I want to see, how much Lebby was part of the play calling, how much of it was Lane Kiffin. Can Lane go back doing it both and being a good head coach?
He's got Charlie Weiss Jr. back with him. That's a comfort level for him anyway.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Jeff Lebby was seen to be.
Oh, no doubt.
I think Herbstreit called him once in a game the best offensive mind out there right now. One of them. That nobody calls the plays as fast and quickly as Lebby does.
He gets to do it all his own show at Oklahoma now. We'll see.
He gets to do it without Kiffin, and Kiffin gets to do it without Lebby now. All right, that's Connor O'Gara. It's part of our morning rounds top reads from yesterday. If you want to go back, they're always up there for you at nextroundlive.com, the website. You can jump in there. Arkansas dark horse for the playoffs, says the superior thruster this morning. That's in the Farmfolio chat room, Brown.
If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment could turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net. The Marty Party is next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717, Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Marty Smith in just a second. Man, I'm fired up because we're 1 hour away from having lunch delivered up here from our friends at Champy's, world famous fried chicken. And their fried chicken is unbelievable. But I've got Sterling doing me a chicken on a stick, grilled chicken today with all the peppers and the stuff. Looking forward to that, the great sides. I think he's bringing us a little dessert as well. Looking forward to that. You can enjoy Champy's world-famous fried chicken right now on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open for lunch, also for dinner tonight. Get ready to watch some great basketball this evening. Get that to-go box or plate and take that back to the house and watch that, or enjoy it right there with the best place in town for blues, brews, and bird. Is Champy's world-famous chicken. Check out the menu, champyschicken.com.
The Marty Party with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Marty? How are you?
I'm absolutely spectacular, gentlemen. I hope you are. I hope you've recovered from the experience in Indianapolis. How was y'all's experience in Indianapolis?
That's enough for a book.
Cold?
Yeah, very cold.
Cold. I did like that stadium, though. I'd never been in the stadium. I thought it was a really cool stadium.
Yeah, the stadium was awesome, Marty. And, we'd heard so many great things about Indy. You can walk everywhere, but you were there. I mean, it was freezing.
Well, for guys like us who, when it gets below 60 degrees, we've had enough of it. Landing and it was like 6 degrees or 7 degrees, I think, the evening that I arrived. I don't want to be anywhere near outside.
Yep.
And fortunately, they do have from an infrastructure perspective, they have all these bridges and whatnot to get you from building to building where if you're adventurous and hate the cold like us, you don't have to go out in it. And I was grateful for that. But it was an awesome game, phenomenal football game. And I'm sure that y'all talked about it ad nauseum over the last 6 or 8 days. Georgia deserved to win that game. They made more plays, and when J-Mo got hurt, they couldn't take the top off that defense anymore. And those young receivers are not Jamison Williams yet.
Yep.
So the better team won on last Monday night.
Yeah, they did, and in the celebration on Saturday was really something with snow bearing down on the south. The fans turned out for 92,000 inside Sanford Stadium, Vince Dooley Field over there. They lined the streets. It was a celebration. The problem, Marty, and we've experienced this in our state too, it never feels like the first one again. If you could bottle that up and save that, we'd all be rich, right? I mean, it'll never feel like that again for Georgia fans if they win it again within the next 41 years. It just won't feel that way.
No, because you're talking about generational, or multi-generational in some cases, where people have lived their entire lives who are 40 years old prior to 8 evenings ago, had never seen their favorite team and their passion and their identity reach the tip of the spear. And not only that, they've also, they're used to winning in Athens. They've won a ton of games. Mark Richt had a tremendous career there. And then Kirby shows up and recruiting goes to another level, and thereby expectation goes to another level. They perform extremely well, beat who they're supposed to beat, have Bama on the ropes, as we know, and ultimately don't win that game. And so you're compounding the fact that they haven't won it with heartbreak, which is a whole other level of anticipation. And so I'm thrilled for those folks, and quite frankly, I'm thrilled for a lot of those young men. I did extensive features this year on Jordan Davis, on Zamir White, on Stetson Bennett, sat down with N'Kobe Dean, did an extensive feature on Kirby Smart back in Bainbridge, Georgia, where he grew up. So I was around that program a lot, and I'll tell you, much like I feel about Alabama, the quality of the young people that are putting on that G it's elite. They are great young men, and it's nice to see nice people achieve like that. So, what I would love to know from you guys, and maybe what your listeners and viewers are feeling. I've actually talked to a couple of coaches who feel like that was Coach Saban's best coaching job, because if you ask around Tuscaloosa, this was not the year that they were supposed to do this. Everybody was pointing to next season. And so a lot of people are extremely impressed with what Coach Saban did with this year's team, despite the fact that they didn't win the Natty.
I did think one of the best secondary stories was Stetson Bennett. And you said that you did a story on him. Stetson Bennett away from the microphone, what is that kid like?
Extremely thoughtful. Where I'm the most taken with his approach is that he lives with a chip on his shoulder, as you could imagine, and respect and understand, but he doesn't let that chip cloud his preparation or his worldview. He's taken other people's disbelief in his ability and repurposed that as fuel to maximize his ability. And I admire the hell out of that, because I live my life that way too. Even though my blessings are very rich. I know, like I got lists of folks who did not believe in me years ago, and so that's kind of how Stetson operates. And we all know that his life story is a movie script. You got to be one dogged, self-confident cat to live the path that he's lived. And one thing he said to me when I was down there interviewing him, and I forget when it was exactly, guys. It might have been, it was around mid-season, maybe before they played Kentucky. I forget when it was, but around mid-season, I think. And I asked him about the pressure of being the Georgia quarterback when you have 4 decades of anticipation and expectation to win the national championship. And I loved what he said. He said, man, I can't look at it like that. He said, I'm not going to lie to you. Last year when I assumed the job as the starting quarterback at Georgia, I'm kind of riding around in my car looking around going, hell yeah, I'm the starting quarterback at Georgia. That's pretty cool. But then all of a sudden, if you start to think about the magnitude of the millions of fans who are counting on you to succeed, it becomes overwhelming. It becomes so broad and so deep that it overwhelms you. And so he said, I had to refocus myself and repurpose my drive to 2 things. Can you complete passes and can you win football games? That's the job. And that's what he did in nearly every game this season. And I also found this statement to be the most telling. I know that if you look at me on paper, I'm talking about what Stetson Bennett said to me here. If you look at me on paper, you're not going to pick me out of a lineup with some of these other guys in college football. They're bigger, they're stronger, they got a better arm strength, all of that. But I just walk out on the field believing I'm the best one of them all. I walk out on the field thinking I'm the best player there. And that's just a special approach, man, and I appreciate that approach.
So a few years from now, when you're in Athens and you order a Stetson or a Stetson Bennett, is it a drink or is it a burger?
Well, it's a drink because I saw that boy. I saw some photographic evidence of him pulling off some Pappy 15 after he won that championship.
Yeah.
Listen, he didn't go for any bottom shelf whiskey. He went straight to the top, buddy.
Pappy 15? Is that what he had?
Oh yeah, he was.
I mean, that's what he had in his hand.
Yeah,
It was a bottle of Pappy.
He had a blazer on and he was drinking it out of the bottle.
Bottle of Pappy. Marty Smith is with us on the.
If they're giving it to you, take it.
On the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. If you look back in the totality, not just the championship game, but the totality of the 2021 season, the Marty Smith greatest moment of the season is what?
The Marty Smith greatest moment of the
greatest moment you experienced.
Let me think. Just give me 1 second.
I mean, honest to goodness, I would enjoy that much more than I would the Herbies. No knock on Herbies, but I'd love you to have a show called the Martys.
The Martys.
That would be funny. And
this could be on field, off field, something you experienced during Marty and McGee.
By the way,
whatever.
Stetson Bennett pulling the Pappy down, name, image, and likeness. NIL for him is name, image, and liquor at that point, right? I like that.
Listen, again, if somebody puts that bottle in front of you, you grab it with haste.
Yes.
With great haste, and you swill as much and as quickly as possible. This season was amazing for me on a lot of levels. The fact that McGee and I got to go on the road and we got to be immersed in campus life the way that we were, and the fact that ESPN believes in what we're doing and the coaches enjoy it so much, and so many unique guests came on. Like, one of those moments, this was the first thing that came to my mind when you said that was just at the national championship there when Jeff Foxworthy. So let's back up to the SEC championship. I was running from one live shot to another, and I hear my name in the hallway at the Atlanta, I guess, Convention Center, maybe, whatever.
The World Congress Center,
World Congress Center. And I hear my name, and I turn and wave and say, "How y'all doing?" And I was going to continue on my way. And the mask comes down, and the guy goes, "Jeff Foxworthy." And I went, "Wait a minute." So I turned around and ran back to him and shook his hand and met his brother and all his buddies and management. And he was like, "Dude, I love y'all's show. I watch it religiously, and we're speaking to the same group of people. We got the same demo. He goes, man, if there's any way we could ever collaborate on something. And I'm sitting, it turns into like the Peanuts teacher because I'm like, Jeff Foxworthy? Jeff Foxworthy knows my name and what I do? What in the world is going on? And so we had asked him to join our show when we were doing the semifinal program. And fortunately, he was not available because he was with his family, I think skiing or something, for New Year's. But McGee was at the Cotton Bowl. I was at the Orange Bowl. The show was a train derailment anyway. So Foxworthy came to the national championship, sat on our set, read a hillbilly headline from Georgia, naturally, about an old boy who pulled out his .22 trying to shoot an armadillo. And the bullet bounced off the armadillo, went through his mother-in-law's double wide, through his mother-in-law's recliner in which she was sitting, and hit his mother-in-law. And we couldn't breathe. Jeff Foxworthy reading a hillbilly headline on Marty and McGee is time-space continuum level dynamic. So that, I don't know, man.
That's the answer I was looking for. I'd far prefer that answer over some play in a game.
And you'll be shocked to know, Marty, Rockstar does a really good Jeff Foxworthy.
Let me hear it. Go.
Think the Nutcracker was something you did off the high dive.
You are
just might be a redneck.
I love Blue Collar Comedy Tour. Like that Blue Collar Comedy Tour, those dudes were. I was asking Foxworthy what it was like to try as hard as you can to stay, just be normal.
Yep.
Just be a good old boy from Georgia when what you really are is globally renowned. And how do you do that? And he goes, man, I just did my best to keep it normal, but you can't. I mean, when you're that famous, it's impossible.
Yeah, I like the guy that sipped whiskey, the older guy. What was his name?
Ron White.
Ron White.
Oh,
Tater salad.
he owned me, man. I love that guy. Yeah.
It was hilarious.
We've asked this question many times on the show. Would you dress like Larry the Cable Guy? Because he was not. I mean,
he's always in character.
He created this character, and he now has to stay in it. But he's made bundles doing it. Marty, could you do that? You think?
So are you asking me if I started dressing like him when it blew up, or if I?
Well, I mean, that's what happened to him. Is he started that? He created that character and started dressing with a sleeveless shirt and the hat with a fishhook on it, and that character blew up. So now he's got to stay in that character the rest of his life. He
like Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah.
But there's beauty in the fact that he created that character, because I bet y'all he can go to the Walmart in a different outfit and nobody notices.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like church. Yeah. It's like church wearing the shades. Like Eric can go anywhere he wants, basically, if he doesn't have on his shades, and he can be completely anonymous.
That's right.
And there's a lot of beauty in that for people that get that famous. The thing that's funny about Larry is his name is Dan, and he's from Nebraska. You talk about hitting a home run, man.
Yeah,
that's true.
Some people think Marty, though, is in character, and he sits around and sips burgundy or something.
Burgundy,
just the color is the
brandy,
not burgundy.
Love me some burgundy.
Was that like Bordeaux?
Yeah. I was mixing it all together.
All mixed up in one. Yeah.
I was trying to think of something fancy you would sip.
All right, he is Marty Smith. Go follow him on Twitter at Marty Smith ESPN. See him on Marty and McGee, back live every Saturday on the SEC Network. And go get his book, Never Settle, as well. Marty, thank you for the time. It's always fun.
Redneck Royalty gets inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame Friday night, y'all. Junior!
Will you be there? Are you doing the speech?
I'll absolutely be there. I am not doing any speeches, but I am involved in one in a very distinct way.
Ooh, interesting. A little tease.
Yeah. Does Richard Childress, does he say something? Who ends up being the main speaker?
Know.
You don't know?
I don't know who that is, but it's just when you look at the all-encompassing impact of Dale's career, it's remarkable, because there's so much weight that comes with that name. And then that weight is compounded when Elvis died in turn 4 at Daytona. And it's remarkable what he did, and I'm thrilled for him that he's going to have this moment.
Really cool. So that's coming up this weekend, Junior in the Hall of Fame. All right, Marty,
Yes, sir.
enjoy that, buddy. We appreciate the time.
Thank you. Cheers, my friends.
All right, buddy.
See ya.
Take care. Marty Smith with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, and listen, if you don't want to drink a bad glass of Burgundy, let me tell you about Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. 4 classic flavors right now. Classic Cola, Cherry Cola, Citrus Soda, and Orange Soda. With a pop, though. Each with 0 sugar and only 100 calories. Available wherever you buy beer. It is Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack from our friends at Bud Light, the presenting sponsor of TNR for 2022. And they were with us when we started the show as well. I did love those comedy tours. And that's another thing I'm looking forward to getting back to doing in 2022. That, when I flew to Dallas, that was my first flight post-pandemic. I had not been on a lot of planes.
Me too.
And I just booked a trip coming up, a guide trip to Vegas for March Madness. Is something I did a couple of times before the pandemic. But the comedy club, I enjoy going so much here in town to see the acts there. And I look forward to getting back and doing that more in this upcoming year.
Yeah, and we've got some good shows coming. I mean,
We really
Rockstar
do.
said the Gary Owens coming in town.
I think it's in May or June.
I mean, Cat Williams was here at the concert hall this past weekend.
And you got Brian Regan coming. I know Weird Al Yankovic is coming.
Oh, did you see there's a biopic coming out on him?
On Weird Al?
On Weird Al. Do you see who's playing him? Have you seen that? Did you
No,
know
I have
that?
not. I would go. Please don't be like Zac Efron or
No,
something.
it is not Zac Efron.
Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart.
Well, it's either Kevin Hart or
20 years
Dwayne.
ago, it would have been Michael Richards.
I think this will impress you guys, actually.
20 years ago, it would have been Howard Stern.
I think this guy is regarded as a good actor. I don't know. Daniel Radcliffe.
Yeah, he is.
A little short, but yeah.
A little shit. That's what I thought, too, because I view Weird Al as like 6'5".
Yeah.
He looks tall.
God,
Daniel
what's
Rad-
interesting, I wonder if Daniel Radcliffe, growing up in England, knows anything about Weird Al.
No, he knows about money. Well, that's the thing they say about him after Harry Potter. He's like, I will do. He does some weird movies, so he's not going for these blockbusters. So you see a lot of his movies are not. They're really out there.
I have actually heard, believe this or not, the Weird Al Yankovic concert is very, very good.
I totally would want to go. I think
Yeah.
he should be a Super Bowl halftime show. I really do, because I think that's actually entertaining because he does outfit changes and stuff like that, and it's family friendly.
So you think like Eat It and those songs
Yeah,
that he
Fat.
did?
I mean, it was fun as a
Amish-
kid. I would have no desire.
I've heard
Well,
it's
I
a
have no
really
desire
good
to see
concert.
Snoop
though.
Dogg. Are y'all
Yeah.
excited about that? Like,
No, I am.
What's your favorite Snoop Dogg song? Corona.
No, I enjoy him and Eminem.
We actually talked about it last night. I mean,
When they're talking Burgundy.
the thing, the rap shows I've seen in person, it's not as good as what you get from the studios. But I still think, based on the fact that it's in Inglewood, I think it's going to be really good because you've got Snoop, Lamar Kendrick's going to be part of it.
Missy Elliott?
Dr. Dre's going to be part of it. Is Missy Elliott going to be part of it?
I threw it out there like I knew.
I mean, again, they've probably got to have a female on stage.
She was a 90s rap legend, Missy Elliott.
Weird Al only 6 foot tall. I thought he was taller than that.
I did too.
He looks a lot taller.
Because he's larger than life with those Hawaiian shirts.
Maybe so. I don't know.
And that hair.
Yes.
You know who I get confused? Weird Al, the guy who used to smash watermelons and pumpkins. Gallagher. I get those two confused.
Sledge-o-matic.
Are they the same guys?
They are not.
No,
I
they're
used to
not.
watch that when I was a kid, though.
I love that.
I did too.
And it was like the finale is what everybody waited for with the watermelon. Is he living or dead?
Gallagher, I think he.
I say Gallagher's alive.
No, I think he passed.
I think
he's
massive
dead.
heart attack.
Yeah. Massive heart attack while smashing a pumpkin.
A watermelon?
Yep. Watermelon. Pumpkins.
Gallagher, he's still with us, boys.
Good.
Aged 75.
75.
Yep.
Still touring?
I don't think so.
Is he at the Des Moines State Fair this weekend?
I don't think so.
Like, was Gallagher funny? The only thing I can remember is the watermelon.
Well, the thing I remember in the 80s, he had a special where he had this huge couch that was a trampoline. And he did half of the thing. What he does is he does half stand-up, and then the finale is the Sledge-o-matic where he just smashes watermelons.
Yeah.
I don't know how that became so. It was funny at the time how that became
people
so popular.
they'd have ponchos on the first 5 rows. Yeah.
To me, Gallagher was, and it's embarrassing to say this, but I was probably 13, right? And we didn't have cable, so we were at somebody's house. My parents were at a party, so I was watching HBO, and waiting to see what would come on after Gallagher to see if there was a naked boob and whatever was coming on next.
There's nothing better than a naked boob.
Yeah.
Naked boob.
Yeah. You know, if Red Shoes Diary or something was coming on after Gallagher.
Red Shoes. I thought he was a Showtime guy. I thought Gallagher was.
Yeah. So whatever he was on, I was watching.
Where's Emmanuel going today?
Exactly.
Lonely South.
Exactly. And then I'd be so disappointed waiting for just an occasional brief nudity, and it would be that old guy, Tales from the Crypt, to be like,
the Crypt Keeper.
I hated Tales from the Crypt.
Tales from the Crypt was awesome.
It was awesome. Tales from the Crypt was fantastic.
Demi Moore was in it. You had a bunch of actors in it.
It was really, really good. All right.
It was Al Davis, wasn't it?
Al Davis when he was younger.
Last time they won a playoff game, right?
Yeah. I mean,
2002,
Tales from the
right?
Crypt was probably rolling, yeah.
Yeah, 2002. All right. When we come back, we'll do Trash on the Table. LT's got that queued up. Good to have Marty and Clay on the show as always. Staples, they've been with us a long, long time. If you miss them, you can get them podcasted as you can with all our guests at nextroundlive.com in the podcast section. Make sure you like and subscribe there so you get it updated constantly. The show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm told coming up in a day or two, or maybe it's out right now, Billboard 459, I-65 intersection somewhere over there. Little Harper Dunaway on the billboard.
How about that?
Did a photo shoot the other day. Very proud of her. She goes into her junior year. Love Montevallo. You will too for your son or daughter. It's a great location. Here's one thing I tell parents who have kids who are interested in going to school there. 14-to-1 student to professor ratio. That's going to set you up for academic success for your son or daughter. That is fantastic. Also, you've got the 75 majors, whatever they want to major in, they can pursue that there. Buildings going up everywhere, multi-million-dollar business facility, communication, new building there. Also, the theater department, which is beautiful. And just love their sports department as well. 21 NCAA Division II scholarship sports. So if your son or daughter is excelling in sports in high school, they can play at Montevallo too on the college level. It's fully funded scholarship sports right there. Check them all out. Schedule that in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. 3 great locations, Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce, and finished on the grill. Spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18.
Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Dave Chappelle's Gallagher, hands down the best. Think I've seen that. Brooks is right. It's not Missy Elliott, Jim. It's Mary J. Blige, who's in the halftime show coming up. Thank you, Brooks, for cleaning up the dead wood there. Zach says Jim with a wink over to the comment section for the people that don't like Clay or Marty. Clay and Marty always on the show. We've built a foundation with Clay and Marty. They are what are those big things that hold up the buildings?
Pillars?
That's very good.
Yeah.
I didn't know where he was going.
Yeah.
Support the one we couldn't tear out here in the middle of this wall. What's that called?
A column.
No, that beam. It's
load bearing.
Load bearing. Marty and Clay are load bearing structures on this show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I agree. I mean,
they'll always be here.
We don't have guests on thinking everybody's going to love every guest.
Yeah, and I got to be honest with you. Clay's been good to us. I mean, Clay's gotten big
Heck
time.
Yeah. Marty has too.
Marty's getting there, but I mean, Clay does a national show. He is the new Rush Limbaugh, and for him to have the time to carve it out for us, I appreciate that, and I think he's one of our, if not the most intelligent guest we've got on. Whether you agree or disagree with him.
Yeah. No, I like having people on I don't always agree with.
Yeah.
And Clay has always fallen in that category with me, and I think and he's made me see things differently on some subjects. I don't know if I've ever been smart enough to make him see something different on his opinion, but I don't like having people who are going to come on and just kiss our butts or agree with everything we say. So that's why I've always liked having Clay on the show. And Marty is just a guy who I just love his spirit about life and about attacking things. So we'll always love having those guys on.
Auburn, Kentucky coming up. How about Matt Jones? We have him back on?
I would love to have Matt Jones on.
I don't care. People think that I've got some kind of feud with him.
Well, I mean, I think you could say.
I asked what I deem was a normal question.
I think you could take a Joey Gatewood victory lap with him if you want to.
No, but I mean, I don't know why he got so
I don't either.
so beat
That
up
was
about
really
that.
weird. Really weird.
We replayed the question.
Yep. Really
and
weird.
It just didn't seem like it was that inappropriate.
No, and I even I set him up to sort of water it down. I played the bailout guy again, and he's doubled down on being aggressive. No, Matt's welcome anytime on this show, and Kentucky's coming to town. Reach out for him. Have him Thursday or Friday.
I mean, I don't personally think he's got a ton of insight, in my opinion, but he's done a good job for himself, right? Don't know much about him.
Some would call him the Clay Travis of Kentucky Sports Radio.
I mean, he seems like a guy that I don't know. It seems like he gets upset at things that don't really matter.
Yeah. You don't think about him a lot, though.
I never think about him. I never think about him. I know nothing about the guy. I really don't. Outside of he's got a show in Kentucky.
Yeah, very successful KSR, I think it's called up there.
That is correct.
Good for him.
They
That's
come
great.
rolling to town. Kentucky does. They play Auburn coming up on Saturday, 12 noon on CBS. Auburn's the number 2 team in the country in the latest AP poll. Good read at AL.com from Tom Green, who called the guy who voted Auburn 9th and let him explain the situation there of why he went 9th, and he went through the whole metrics of not only
really
the Ken
confusing.
Palm and everything, but he Rubik's cubed that thing up a little bit to try to explain his answer at number 9.
Just freaking watch the games and vote. My gosh, is it that hard? Jeez.
He was doing the average this and that and where the sun was.
That guy's got some time on his hands, buddy. Let me tell you.
Bromberg's the proud sponsor of the show. They've been one of our staples as well since the very beginning, and love what they can do for you this time of year, getting that special gift for that special someone.
Hey, how about this? If you're bored sitting in your cubicle right now, you can shop online. Go to Brombergs.com. Family owned and operated since 1836. Brombergs has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds. If you're in the market in 2022 to pop the question, go see the diamond specialist. That is our friends at Brombergs. 2 great locations for you, Mountain Brook and the Summit. And again, you can go online, go to Brombergs.com.
Alabama linebacker Christian Harris to the NFL. Hoover quarterback Robbie Ashford back from Oregon for Auburn. J.J. Pegues in the portal. And it looks like J.T. Daniels is also out and moving in the portal. Haven't seen anything official on that yet, but, possibilities at Ole Miss or somewhere else to go play starting quarterback for somebody. Later today, we'll do a Mystery Fifth Hour podcast. We'll have that up at some point today, tomorrow, for you in the podcast section of nextroundlive.com. It'll be the first one for 2022. And we'll also start a basketball podcast that'll be out later today and tomorrow in our podcast section. It'll be called Rockstar Dribble, Dribble, Shoot.
You were serious about that? I thought you were kidding about that earlier.
Dribble, Dribble, Shoot debuts today as well. John Brady,
good
LSU Final Four coach, will be our first guest on Dribble, Dribble, Shoot. Hit it, Rockstar. Trash time.
Do y'all usually start before 8 o'clock with a chainsaw?
What time is it, sir?
Well, it's after 8 now. You guys started firing it up at 7:55.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right.
That's the first time.
Mortgages done the right way.
First time I ever heard him say sorry about that. I've never heard the sorry about that before.
Oh no. I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I haven't. I just get Brown's cackle.
Yeah, the laugh is me. I was shooting that event.
So the old health teacher used to tell you you'd have to dribble before you shoot. You could call it that.
Dribble before you shoot.
Dribble before you shoot. Yes, they did. It was always very potent.
Hey, so I got to throw this out. Well, first, let me tell you about our good friends there at Mortgage Right. With another year done and dusted, you'll want to jump into 2022 with a mortgage company that can be trusted. Mortgage Right can help ring in the new year with some cash in your pocket, put your home equity to work with a cash-out refinance, consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to do to get your financial house in order. Mortgage Right's team of experts eager to offer the tips, tools, and guidance to give your finances a boost. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. How about this? Headline today: potentially hazardous asteroid to have close encounter with Earth today.
Yeah, you were concerned about this earlier.
No, I wasn't concerned about it. It just popped up. Yeah.
Well, I thought I heard you mention it when I was going to the bathroom earlier that we might not be here much longer.
Well, was that
a joke?
Facetious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I thought Dunaway was kidding about dribble, dribble, shoot.
You did say, though, boy, if you worry about things, there's a lot of things to worry about after you're reading the asteroid.
No, I mean, there is, right?
Yeah, but the asteroid, eliminating Earth is one I can't worry about because there'll be nothing I can do about that one.
There's literally nothing to worry about there.
Right.
Yeah.
Illogical thoughts from logical people. Anyway, this is true story. Not that it's going to hit, but an asteroid that is wider than the tallest building in the world, set to make one of the closest encounters with Earth. NASA projects the asteroid named 7482
I didn't like that name.
will fly by on Tuesday.
Dribble, dribble, shoot.
Now, the asteroid is estimated to measure roughly 1 kilometer or more than 3,280 feet across, a size that is more than twice the height of the Empire State Building. Pretty amazing. It says that NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory believes that the space body could come within 1.2 million miles of Earth seems a long way away, but this would be the closest the asteroid has come to Earth since January 17th, 1933, when NASA projected it came within less than 700,000 miles of the planet. I'm going to say that.
Now, that's close.
But I'm going to say the last 90 years, we probably got it dialed in a little bit better.
A little bit. Instead of a guy with a spyglass.
Yeah. Exactly. It's probably in the same probably the same exact rotations it was in 1937.
Now, the virtual
How
telescope.
far do you think that is? Oh, I'd say that's 700,000 miles. That's close. You damn right it's close.
I didn't know Larry the Cable Guy was an astronomer.
Now, the
Georgia.
virtual telescope project will live stream the flyby on Tuesday starting at 3 p.m. Eastern. Website says the asteroid will be quite bright.
Oh, I look forward to seeing that.
Yeah.
Almost sun-like.
So there you go.
I think Bruce Willis organized a gang to take care of these one time.
No,
didn't
but
he?
seriously, Brand, I did read a lot about this on the way to Indianapolis, by the way, because this was out there then. They have been practicing on smaller asteroids of sending up things that they land on the asteroid.
We got video of it. Bruce Willis and
that would try to
Ben Affleck.
That would try to change its orbit.
We
to
got
move
video
it.
games, asteroids.
That's right.
Shoot out of the sky with a little line.
You remember when you would shoot too much and your thing would just start spinning around?
You guys tell me if this girl's crazy.
All right.
Courtney Ainsworth of Cheshire, England, created as many as 30 fake Instagram profiles between July and December of 2020, per The Sun. Now, the newspaper reported that she used the accounts to send vile messages to herself after she split with her former partner, Louis Jolly, with whom she had been in a relationship with for 2 years, and claimed that he ran these accounts. Now,
So she created fake accounts claiming that he ran the fake accounts.
By the way, she's the one that broke up with him, according to this story. Now, Ainsworth made 10 police statements about her former partner during this time, including a report that he sent a message threatening to stab her in the chest. She involved family and friends in this lie, the newspaper said, asking her mother to call the police and report the fake threatening message. Ainsworth also claimed that Jolly videoed her walking on the street, harassed her friend, smashed items in her house, and threw a brick through her grandmother's window. Now, Jolly was arrested 6 times because of these false accusations, according to the newspaper, which resulted in him spending 81 hours in custody.
Actually, a good movie, though, script right there. It's the crazy, it's like a, what was the one with Glenn Close?
Fatal Attraction.
Fatal Attraction, modern day
But
twist.
this is Hallmark, and they end up engaged at the end.
No. A modern twist. This could get scary because if he got arrested 6 times and he's done nothing, he keeps saying, I've done nothing.
81 hours in custody. Also lost his job following assault and stalking charges, was placed on home curfew for 12 hours a day, had to wear an electronic ankle tag, had a stalking protection order against him. She should be sent to the island.
I kind of agree with you.
She should.
And by the way, this is an example. There are 2 sides to every story. I'll just throw that out there.
He gets pissed off, goes and kills her, and now he is actually in prison. But
I think I'd waive it if I was the judge.
But it goes to trial, and then that's where the movie really kicks in.
That's where the credits start.
Yeah, that's where the movie kicks in.
I mean,
then.
honestly, if she's the one that broke up and she's gone this crazy, this is a problem.
It is a problem.
Maybe she tried to get back together and he wouldn't accept it. I don't know. Or he started dating somebody else, of course.
Happy ending here. Ainsworth was arrested in December 2020, confessed to making up these lies. I don't know what happened to her, though. Do you know?
Probably a book deal. I don't know.
How about this? Thousands of unruly primates have been roaming the streets and terrorizing visitors in the tourist hotspot of Lopburi. Sure. The town is located 90 miles north of the capital of Bangkok. It's known for its massive monkey population, which attracts tourists from all over the world. Now, since Thailand threw open its doors to holiday makers in November, the lawless monkeys have flooded the town's streets. Now, the primates have been wreaking havoc by climbing on people, stealing glasses from tourists, and running across cars. To make matters worse, the gangs are feasting on sugary treats from the locals as they believe the animals bring good luck to the area. Do you have any video of this?
I'll get some.
Another one, the monkeys had been missing out on snacks from visitors, but the fiends are now gorging on hundreds of bananas and syrupy drinks every single day.
Ugh.
Creatures show a complete lack of fear for humans, which mean they exhibit extremely bold behavior. They get on windshields of moving cars, jumping over people in the street. They're also said to be rival monkey gangs, marking their territory, sparking clashes when the two groups meet in the street.
Oh, my gosh. Look at this video. They are everywhere.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like that.
Me either.
You know?
Because if you run out of candy,
Yeah.
they're going to get mad at you.
They're going to turn on you.
Yeah.
Looks like you give them fruit roll-ups.
Gosh.
Look at those monkeys.
Hey, that's the pavilion of Dodgers fans asking for a baseball.
I mean, where's mine? One of them's going to be like, where's mine?
Those look like, what are those things called? My little one likes them. That you
Freeze Pops?
Otter Pops.
Otter
Yeah, the
Pops.
Freeze Pops,
Yeah.
Otter Pops, whatever. That's what it looks like what they're handing out. Jeez.
Yeah. Now there's a basket of laundry. Nope, that's
My
bananas.
gosh.
That is a problem right there.
Wouldn't you just like to
That's a
sit
red
down?
ass, too.
Hey, what does that street smell like, by the way?
Would you like to sit down at Domino's Pizza and to see what they can do to it?
I'd like to put out some empty boxes, see how mad they get when they open them up.
I mean, that is complete chaos.
It is.
Yeah. Oh, look. He's like, give me your banana. No, that was for me. No, give me your banana.
Yep. It's just one after another coming up
That
for
dude
bananas.
is daring. He's wearing open-toe shoes through there.
Oh, my gosh.
No,
We're just glad at him.
that's a girl.
That's a girl.
By the way, it's a girl.
Yep. Not a dude.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't let a monkey
That
climb
one
on
ain't
me.
leaving.
Yeah. Look forward to Lunsford's conversation with PGA Championship videos later today.
Rockstar got it shut down on the baboon driving a golf cart. That was worth it, though, Rockstar. It was worth the shutdown. That was such a funny
They
video.
remade it to the Sopranos Open, and I can't show that
Oh,
either.
they did not. Did they really?
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll give up that $1.76 for that.
Dude, I mean, they are everywhere. I thought that was probably exaggerated on that story, but I guess not.
I mean, we're not getting paid for this segment already anyway.
Hey, how about this? Dating scene can be pretty tough in the age of apps and social media, but can it give some people some brilliant stories to tell? One TikToker out there had an hilarious date, or rather, day after the date. She has shared her funny story with followers. It's pretty crazy. After a Tinder date with a man which had gone well and left her with a sore head from one too many drinks, Zoe Chaplin sent her companion a text the next morning after the date to thank him for a lovely evening. But his reply gave her a little bit of a shock, as it was sent from the next room.
Oh,
he's in the attic. Another good movie
She
twist.
captioned the video, quote, "When I was on a Tinder date stayover, got so drunk, I text him saying, thanks for a good night. He replies, I'm still on your sofa. I put you to bed."
Oh, bull butterscotch.
I didn't touch you.
Put you to bed. Yeah.
Now, after sharing her embarrassment with viewers, they were quick to praise her date for sleeping on the sofa and making sure she was safely in bed. In response, Zoe said, quote, "Not many men would do the same."
You know what he's doing? That's the long play right there.
That's right. Yep.
That's
That
what
really
that
is.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got the top 10 Robert De Niro movies according to Ranker.com. I've actually seen all 10 of these. Have you?
There was one on there. I've never seen A Bronx Tale.
Oh, that's a good flick. Yeah.
Me too. It's the two animated mice.
Yes,
when they're
that's exactly what it
on a
is.
ship.
Yep. He does the voice of
that's
one of
an
the
American
mice.
Tale.
Yep.
Oh, American Tale.
Number 10 on the list, Raging Bull from 1980. Martin Scorsese film. Joe Pesci's really good, and it's very good.
I've seen
Martin
bits and
Scorsese
pieces.
and De Niro, you're going to see a pattern.
No,
here.
really, they do a lot together.
Number 9, same thing. Scorsese's Cape Fear from 1991.
Seen it.
With a very young Juliette Lewis, nominated for Best Supporting Actress. Number 8, Once Upon a Time in America. If you like Goodfellas, or excuse me, you like The Godfather, kind of a poor rendition of that, but it's very good.
Yeah, like it.
Number 7 is A Bronx Tale from 1993. Number 6, Heat from 1995, a Michael Mann film.
Yes.
Very good. Maybe one of the best shootouts in cinema history.
Good Val Kilmer.
Yep.
Got a ponytail.
Used car salesman.
Right.
Nope.
Number 5, The Deer Hunter from 1978. Little rough to watch in spots.
Not quite a comedy.
Number 4 is Casino from 1995.
Oh,
Baseball bat in the Iowa cornfield, really tough.
Really tough.
Number 3, Taxi Driver. De Niro probably played, outside of Cape Fear, his craziest role here.
Won an award for that one, right?
Yeah. Number 2 on the list, The Godfather Part 2 from 1974.
You notice what's not on here, don't you?
And number 1 is
Meet the Fockers?
Goodfellas
from
1990. Were you going to say Meet the Fockers?
Meet the Fockers. That's got to be number 1. All right, here's the video. Is this the video of the baboon driving a golf cart with some...
He's way too comfortable.
Oh, it's so good.
It's a better drive than Jersey.
It really is.
And that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, the new year is here, so is your chance to make the most of your home. Our friends at Mortgage Right have the perfect solution for empty pockets, Cash Out Refinance. With Cash Out Refinance, you can fund your new year by taking advantage of home equity. The best part is you can use the cash to pay for anything you want. The experts at Mortgage Right will guide you every single step of the way in making getting cash extra easy. Get started online today. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day. Oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where 2 slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention The Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at The Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today, 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
This hour of the show being brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Little buzz in the building today at Blue Lake Center because Sterling's on his way up here to bring us lunch, including a big batch of those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You'll have one of those, won't you?
Yeah, I love those tamales.
Oh, so good. Just enough spice in them. Makes them so good. Chicken on a stick's what I'll be going with. Grilled today. World famous fried chicken, all the sides as well. Sterling and all the guys and gals right there at Champy's World Famous Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open now for lunch and dinner tonight. Thank you to our friends at Champy's, who's been with us since SEC Media Days when we started this operation. By the way, I was wrong on dates. Yesterday was an alert, reminded me today was the anniversary of our show.
I think it didn't happen on Christmas. Or your anniversary.
So you sent out all that heartfult stuff, and today's the actual day?
Yeah, but I sent it out today. I said it yesterday on the show. I sent it out today.
So 12 years today.
Yeah, 12 years today. We've completed 12 years. We start 13 years tomorrow, our 13th year tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. Or 12 years.
Why did you set an alert for the day before?
I have a thing called a calendar that is out of whack for me. Like I have a bunch of birthdays on there. I don't know who the hell they are.
So is the birthday a day early too?
I get everybody's birthday a day early.
So why don't you set it for the day before that?
I do have some that send it a week in advance, reminding me like next week is Maggie's birthday. Next week is your anniversary. So I have some that give me a week notice. But some that come a day early. In fact, everything comes a day early.
Interesting. That's a weird calendar you got.
The dumbest thing that I can't figure out how to turn off is at 9 o'clock every day, it says TNR show now. Every day.
Love it. I saw your calendar, your physical calendar. Every Monday through Friday, he has TNR show. Tuesday, TNR show.
Yes.
What are you doing tomorrow?
Just in case I forget, TNR show.
show tomorrow.
Right.
And then at 1:30, he's got walk-ons.
Poker? Question mark.
Did you play poker last night?
I did not play poker last night. No, we did not have a game last night.
Really?
Yeah, I have not.
Out?
I have not played since they gifted me a book that said "Poker for Dummies."
Did they really gift that to you?
They did.
How much have you read?
I've read a chapter on how to ignore your friends who think you can't play poker.
So, Lunsford, did y'all shut it down because of the game last night?
Yeah.
It was a holiday.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
It was a holiday.
Well, you can't play poker on a holiday?
Well, most people don't on holidays. They spend it with their families. We have a thing called Poker Mania coming up this Sunday. It's a Sunday event.
I'm being told it's next Sunday, not this Sunday.
Well, no, Dunaway's calendar. Dunaway's calendar is this Sunday.
Knocking on that door.
So could that orangutan beat you at poker?
There's no doubt. The orangutan's a better driver than I am.
Better poker face too.
Yeah. All right. That's our third hour right there, brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Still to come, a lot more on the NFL playoffs. Plus, we will talk about Georgia. There are people starting to set the table that they can go unbeaten in the regular season again next year. Bryan will pull up their schedule. We'll talk about that while we enjoy Champy's Chicken coming up in the final hour of this live Tuesday edition of the Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Still in their corn husk, Sterling from Champy's Chicken is here. There's 2 of the world-famous Mississippi Delta recipe tamale.
Boy, we got a spread in there, by the way.
We do. Rockstar, not on the menu. Grilled chicken on the stick.
Oh, there you go.
Just for me and you.
I love that way. He's like, I've got to have grilled chicken on the stick today. I'm going to do real healthy, and then I'm going to dive into these desserts.
and all the tamales I can eat. Sterling says, I know you're going to be mad at me, Dunaway, but I brought too much food. When did I get off on the guy that is going to make you I'm mad that I don't want him to bring too much because it's, it's money out of his pocket, but he always brings enough to feed an army. So we appreciate Sterling and the folks at Champies so much. Our buddy Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, has been by there before. I think he's taken his basketball team by there before. And just a great location on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Greg brings us our headlines here with his company, Storm Restoration Roofing, the respected roofing contractor in the southern footprint all over the SEC country. Greg can take care of you. When I get asked all the time, do you have a good roofer? There's only one name I give. It is Greg from Pell City. Over 20 years locally owned. He owns the company, Storm Restoration Roofing, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, the best warranties in the business. Insurance companies love and trust Greg. That means they're going to work more with you. And if you haven't had your roof inspected after the recent storms or any time in the last few years, you need to get that roof inspected. Greg will do it for you with no cost. It's absolutely free because you're a Next Round customer and a Next Round viewer and listener. Just call this number, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531 for a free no-cost inspection. You can also look him up, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Greg from Pell City with Storm Restoration Roofing. We've got a 3 and Out coming up in a little bit, but your big headlines include Christian Harris off to the NFL, Robbie Ashford coming back from Oregon, another player coming from Oregon to Auburn, another guy coming home. Georgia's JT Daniels is in the portal. The Beijing Olympic Committee announcing there is no fans, no ticket sales for the upcoming Olympics, that any spectators for the Winter Olympics here will be all vetted and go through a major testing protocol in that country. So they're limiting the access there. And also in the NFL last night, Rams dominate the Cardinals 34-11. Matt Stafford, his first playoff win last night. LT was very happy about the outcome of that contest, setting the table for the Buccaneers and the Rams happening this weekend. And we do have some good basketball happening tonight. 3 games to keep an eye on outside of the SEC. Baylor and West Virginia in Morgantown. Number 5 Baylor. They've lost 2 in a row. I saw where that was the first time ever that the AP number 1 team in the country lost 2 games in the same week.
In the regular season.
Yeah.
And, now they go to Morgantown to take on a West Virginia team who, by the way, is 10-0 at home this year.
Yeah, and that's just a tough team to play anytime.
It really
He did not like his team when he was on our show, and you're right, they have not lost a home game.
But, Baylor's a 5.5-point favorite. This is a tough game, man.
Yeah.
I think this is one of those that probably goes to the wire. I just don't think Baylor shakes it out. I mean, they've got the talent to do it, but based on the way they've looked their last 2 outings.
4 o'clock, by the way, ESPN2 for that one, an early start because it's a big day of the Big 12. Number 7, Kansas, another good basketball team, on the road at Oklahoma tonight.
Tough game.
Tricky game for Kansas there, 6 o'clock on ESPN. And then 2 top 20 teams, number 15, Iowa State, who used the portal, by the way, to get good instantly, on the road at number 18, Texas Tech, 8 o'clock ESPNU for that one. And those are some of the best games to watch tonight. But Brown's pulled up the Georgia football schedule. If I just said right now to you, LT, Georgia unbeaten in the regular season again next year, you would say that's hard to do, to go back-to-back years in the SEC or in any league, to go unbeaten in back-to-back years in the regular season.
I mean, look, there was a moment before A&M that we believed Alabama, after the dominant 2020 season, could pull it off this year. It didn't happen. It is just so difficult to do, and especially, it's not NFL-like, but the SEC is the closest football model you get to the NFL. And you never see anyone go undefeated in the NFL. And to have, it's one thing. How many times has Nick Saban had undefeated national champions? 2?
Yeah, 9 and 20.
That was it. And you think about the dominance he's had. So to go undefeated in the regular season is really difficult to do. Georgia will somehow find a loss next year.
Okay, you say that, and I set that up to have Brown to go through the schedule. There's a reason why people are projecting Georgia back to the playoffs, that they'll enter the SEC championship game again, likely against Alabama again, as an unbeaten team in Georgia. It's because their schedule is less than it was even last year, according to some. Give us that schedule, Brownie. Where are the losses?
I'm surprised Lance is projecting a loss here, because I was going to ask Lance
I'll give you the numbers, too.
I was going to ask you to stop me when they're less than a touchdown favorite, much less a loss. All right, so they are neutral site, Oregon, Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
They're going to be a 10 to 13 point favorite.
Samford at home, big favorite there. At South Carolina.
They're probably going to be 10 to 14.
By the way, I've looked at this. If they don't lose to Oregon, they don't lose in the regular season.
Kent State at home.
That's not their most difficult game, by the way.
Okay.
Kent State at home, massive favorites.
Yeah, I mean, 28 plus.
At Mizzou.
Oh, Mizzou, they're probably 14.
Okay, we're not even out of double digits yet. Auburn at home.
17, 14, 17.
Vandy at home.
Who knows?
I mean,
24,
they're
28.
They're touchdown or more favorites in every game up until the bye week.
Yeah, double digits.
According to Lance Taylor. After the bye, of course, the cocktail party.
I'm interested to see what Billy Napier's got and what he's got at quarterback, but I would say right now on paper, they're anywhere from 10 to 14.
Tennessee at home, which to me is their toughest game.
I think it is a difficult game, but I still think they're going to be a double-digit 10 to 14-point favorite.
So you think that was their toughest one?
So far, yes.
Okay.
At Mississippi State.
I think this could be their toughest one because it's on the road, but I still think they're going to be 10-point favorites.
At Kentucky.
Yeah.
This is going to be right there with Kentucky, with Mississippi State and Tennessee, but I think they're probably right at 10-point favorites.
So initially, you go toughest stretch right there is Florida, Tennessee, Mississippi State, Kentucky.
They'll lose one of those games.
And then they close by hosting Georgia Tech.
Yeah, 17-21.
So where's the loss?
Look, I mean, it's easy to say that they're going to be double-digit favorites in every one of these games. We said that about Alabama. Alabama was going to be double-digit favorites in all of these games. Georgia will find a loss. I'll go stake they lose a regular season game next year.
Oh, I'll take that right now, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
It's 2 today, Rockstar.
Yeah.
It's a double.
It's that time of year.
Double stakes.
Georgia loses. Oh, I got them unbeaten.
Yeah, you got them unbeaten.
I always write these in my person. Unbeaten.
Georgia unbeaten. So earlier today, Dunaway took Slade Bolden with more than a catch and a half in the NFL next year.
2 catches is all I
need. 2 catches
Slade.
is all he needs for
Needs you to
Slade.
make the team first.
Yeah, I just want to bring this up. Kirby has never had an undefeated season at Georgia. He's going into year 7. I don't think it starts here.
Well, I don't think he's undefeated again next year either. I think he's undefeated in the regular season. Yeah.
It's hard to find the loss, though. I'm with Lance. Part of me wants to say, yeah, they're going to lose a game, but then I look at this and I'm like, yeah, but where is it?
Okay, your swing games would be, again, I don't know what Auburn's going to be. I'll put them as a swing game. Oregon, South Carolina, Auburn, Florida, Tennessee, Mississippi State, Kentucky. I mean, they've got 8 difficult games. Or is that 7? 7 or 8 difficult games.
7 or I look at that schedule, I see Oregon
Not difficult. Okay,
and Kentucky.
tricky games. How about that? Games that they could lose on a given Saturday. Do you remember how many monumental upsets we saw this past year?
Blake Dunaway, you do know Georgia lost everything.
They did lose a lot, Blake, a lot. And again, we don't even know who Georgia's quarterback's going to be.
Oh, it's the sheriff. It's the mailman. It's whatever his nickname is.
Sheriff, the mailman, the construction worker,
and the sailor.
He's a
YMCA.
That always got him starting the village.
I don't think they had a mailman. Did they have a mailman?
What were they? They had a construction worker,
construction
worker, an Indian.
Yeah, which I don't think
Native American.
Did they cancel the village people?
Yeah.
There you go. All right, so they had a bike cop, a construction worker, a cowboy, an Indian,
a soldier,
and what is the other one? What is that guy?
The blue oyster. That's the sadomasochist.
The leather. I don't know how to describe.
That's a different village people than the one I grew up with.
Oh, really?
I thought it was just 4 guys.
No, that's them.
That's them.
No, that's the village people.
6 people?
Yeah, that's a big village.
Poll question.
What?
Did you think the village people were more than 4 people?
I thought it was 5.
You thought it was 5?
They might have left one at the truck stop.
Yeah, we need an album cover.
All right, there's an album cover right there on the left.
Yeah. Macho Man.
That's the Macho Man album cover.
Frontal.
There's 6.
Yep, that is 6.
We got cowboy, construction worker. What is the guy in the middle?
Superhero.
The guy at the end's got waders and a suspenders
Superhero.
Okay,
Indian.
Brown.
You're a flat fisherman.
The heyday of 1977, one of their New York City concerts. You've got to go backstage for 3 hours.
So that's a pass for me.
With nothing in either hand.
That's a pass for me.
No, I won't.
I'm going to hold on to both of these bottles.
Right. Yes.
What, Rockstar?
I can't put my drink down, sir. I'm not putting my drink down, and I'm not standing up.
You don't. You can't stand up. You'll give yourself away.
What is the guy? I mean, he looks like
It's a paratrooper out front.
There's so much hair on that guy's chest.
It is, but he looks like he's almost like a Nazi soldier.
I thought there was a sailor. Was there not a sailor?
No, I think they sang about a sailor.
They did in the Navy.
man.
That's what they go.
Your dreams were different than mine. All
Dude,
right.
Is that an intimidating cowboy back in the, look at that bolo. He's got it halfway down, too.
Which one looks most the part?
I don't think his stones were yellow.
Of the village people?
Yeah.
It might be your dude that hangs out at the late night leather bar.
I think that's it.
I mean, he's a biker, right?
I don't know. He's got his jacket open.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chief is the one that really looks out of place.
Yeah.
Just that headdress would be a lot to take around. Like I've seen a lot of stuff in bars
a
in my life.
soldier, a police officer,
I've
construction worker,
never-
cowboy, biker, Native American, and a sailor. See, I knew there was a sailor.
I saw a cowboy hat in a bar just recently. Actually,
I
at
did
Odie's
too.
last week. I've never seen a headdress in a bar.
Well, I haven't either. I don't think that's real common.
See, I knew there was a sailor. Where's the sailor?
There's not a sailor.
It says the ad said the macho types wanted must dance and have a mustache. Now that's something I'm into if I see it classified.
Had to be a sailor. I remember there being a sailor.
Oh, we have yet to find a photo.
Wait, the must dance. Do you have a video of them dancing? I just want to see like all six what the moves were. Did they choreograph this? Did they like move in sync?
The Navy. They did it like
The Navy. Is this an actual Village People? Oh, it's the YMCA official video?
Oh, there's no way we can play that.
No, I mean, we've already been, we would have been shut down by now.
Man, they're getting into it.
I won't play the audio. How about that?
No audio. Let's just do the video.
Yeah, I would say that I would go under 2. I think 4 dead.
You think so?
Yep.
Well, they're pretty old then, and that's 77. So just age-wise.
God, there's so many past members. I can't even do this.
I think they lived a hard life, too.
Yeah, it takes a village to raise a band, Brown.
Yeah. Glenn Hughes was known as the Leatherman. He's no longer with us. He died at age 50.
Oh, look at all that.
What of?
3,
Rock
4,
star.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 past members. How many members of Leonard Skinner has it been over the years?
More than that.
More than 19, I think.
Yeah. That's a lot for the village people, though.
77 to 79.
So,
That's
Brown, you don't
their
have the
heyday.
number?
The
Leather guy's
construction
gone.
worker's still with us, David Hodo,
Okay.
age 74. He's still with us.
74.
Yeah, Randy Jones was the cowboy. He's still with us,
No.
age 69.
Do they tour?
It's about to be an upset.
I don't think so.
There's 2.
Do they tour?
I really don't know much about the...
Originally 7 members.
As great as that, Victor was a cop, admiral, athlete, gigolo, and then nondescript.
Yeah.
What am I
We're out
today,
of
guys?
ideas.
He's a 5-tool player.
Yeah, Native American, GI, biker, construction worker, and cowboy, and Peter Whitehead was nondescript.
Felipe Rose was the Indian. He is alive.
Okay, I'm
lost that one.
baffled.
There you go. You woke up
Good for
today
them.
and you said to yourself, I'm going to turn into my favorite sports and entertainment show
That's right.
and get 2 segments on Taylor Swift being engaged and 1 on the Village People.
Oh, you never know on this show.
We got to that by talking Georgia going unbeaten again.
I bet James Sr. did not allow the village people that was not an anthem in the trailer, was it?
I think he had the mustache of the one that goes way down
Leatherman.
here. The Leatherman. My dad had the Leatherman mustache.
Did he have the best?
Only on special nights. All right. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. If you need an outfit better than the ones we just saw, Nichols, the place to go, Brent.
It is, Jim. I tell you what, Nichols Outfitters also is one of the top showrooms of firearm showrooms in the state.
All you're thinking about is tamales right now.
I am. It's the best botanical team anywhere. Nichols Outfitters has got the inventory and expertise to get you just what you're looking for this hunting season. Off exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
You were barely able to get through Greg's spot because your mouth was watering so bad.
It was.
Yeah.
You know me so well.
Those tamales are good.
We're back in a moment on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the Cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number, 205-598-7000, or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Again, our friends from Champy's up here with food today. 119 in Alabaster, a little grilled chicken on a stick. You can, it's fried on the menu, but you can order it grilled, they said. You can enjoy that there. Always enjoy basketball tonight. Big night in the Big 12. Got a couple of SEC basketball games happening tonight. Good ones tomorrow night as Auburn gets back in action, and a big one for the Crimson Tide as they play over in Tuscaloosa against LSU. You're making your way over to that game tomorrow night. Alabama on a 3-game losing streak. It's not a must-win game,
But it'd be nice, right?
Here we go. We're back.
But here we go.
They don't need it, but it'd be good to have.
But here we go. I mean, if you want to stay off of all of a sudden people start to talk about what is wrong and what keeps you from making the tournament, be good to get another good quality win against an LSU team that is a quality basketball team.
Yeah, man, this ain't a get-right game. You're talking about a 15-2 LSU squad that is, what are they now, 13th, I think, nationally? Is that right?
Yeah, top 15 Ken Pom team.
And you've got a lot of talent that Will Wade's got over there. This is a game I'm going to assume the number will come overnight. Alabama will be a 2.5-point favorite.
Ooh.
But I don't feel like
smaller favorite than they were against Auburn.
Overly confident. I think it went off at 3.
3.
But I just think the way Alabama was playing, losing 3 consecutive games for the first time under Nate Oates. I mean, they're not shooting the ball well. They're playing bad defense.
Yeah, we'll talk to John Brady, analyst of the LSU radio network, former Final Four coach of LSU, and also coached here locally with Samford on Dribble, Dribble, Shoot a little bit later on the podcast.
Can we take listener suggestions, please?
No. I mean, Dribble, Dribble, Shoot. Okay, well, I mean, give me a better one.
No, where did that come from, though? I'm just wondering.
Well, I wanted to go Dribble Drive, the podcast. Yeah. There's already one. Then you wanted to go.
I know there's not a Dribble, Dribble, Shoot.
There's not.
No,
that's why I went with it. Right. Dribble, Dribble, Shoot.
There's also not the basketball lasagna show.
But see, that's a good name.
Yeah.
I mean, those are
like
the ones
that,
you
basketball
remember.
lasagna.
Yeah. I'll go basketball lasagna if you want to.
I don't care.
There's a basketball. If you don't like Dribble, Dribble, Shoot compared to that. Double Dribble, there's already one. Thank you, Charles. I mean, everything you can think of. It's out there. Fast Break, 3-Man Weave. There are all these podcasts. There's basketball names. Jump Ball, Inbounds.
So you researched all this and you found all these names that you wanted to use are already taken.
I come up with a name and then I search
that's
for
what I'm saying.
it, and then there's a podcast for it.
That's literally what I just said.
Yeah.
So you researched every name you wanted. You researched it and found that it's already taken. That's a lot of basketball podcasts.
Over and Back, there's a podcast. Yeah. Field of 68, you know that one.
Yeah,
it's a very popular one.
Yep.
On the Bubble.
Yeah.
Is On the Bubble?
The next round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got that one.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Is On the Bubble? Rockstar's right. On the Bubble.
I did not search that one, but I bet it is. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a great name for a podcast. On the Bubble podcast. I'll look it up for you right now. Okay. Rockstar's right. Would you give me On the Bubble is better in the bubble?
Ooh, Troy. Cold-blooded, the old Gus Johnson call. I do like that.
The Bubble. I don't see one done away. I think On the Bubble is not taken. On the Bubble podcast.
Yeah, thank you. Hard for On the Bubble podcast not to be out there.
That's about TV, though. You're the On the Bubble basketball podcast.
Okay. On the Bubble basketball podcast later today with John Brady.
One?
And one, I think, is out there. It may not be about basketball, but and one's out there.
Nick says moving screen. I kind of like that one. Can I search that one for you? Moving screen?
Dribble, Dribble, Shoot, or the podcast to be named later with John Brady coming up. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's.
Tomorrow night, we're going to be out there for a little Odie's team trivia. Make sure you join us. But if you're just looking for a big-time lunch or dinner, stop in. It's a Birmingham institution. Odie's, located right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up the incredible lunches and dinners almost 30 years now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. You can even get a corn dog at Odie's. Stop in, enjoy the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Moving screens already taken.
Yeah, a lot of them have been. Third cut on Macho Man album, according to Jeff B. Dribble, Dribble, Shoot.
It sounds like it has.
Yeah.
You go with Dunaway's Balls. 2 of them.
Is there?
Jimmy Buckets.
Jimmy Buckets.
That's a good one.
Jimmy Buckets podcast.
I think Jimmy Buckets may be out there. I do like Jimmy Buckets, though.
You want me to check it? The Jimmy Buckets podcast.
Yeah.
Who would have that?
Wasted
Jimmy Dykes?
away in a basketball field. Jimmy Buckets.
I like Jimmy Buckets, so I'll go Jimmy Buckets.
I do not see it. I think it's available.
Ashley says Jimmy Buckets it is. All right, Jimmy Buckets, the basketball podcast with John Brady. I said Joe Brady earlier. John Brady. We will not be talking LSU football.
This is well planned out, Jim. I'm glad you're doing this.
Thank you. Brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing.
Cannot wait to listen.
I know Greg's very proud of this.
Maybe we should let Greg name it.
I like Jimmy Buckets. I think that's it. The Jimmy Buckets podcast.
We'll go with it. Jimmy Buckets. And I know a lot about basketball, so tune in for that one. We'll have it wherever you get your Double Down Media podcast coming up a little bit later on. All right, we're to the final 8 of the National Football League. We'll do 3 and out in our next segment. seriously, how do you feel about your Rams after their win last night? You're going in this week at Tampa, San Francisco, and Green Bay. In Green Bay, that's the NFC side of the bracket. On the path to the Super Bowl, you feel like it's Tampa and Green Bay, or do you like where your team's at right now? Earlier, the chat room folks were saying it's only a matter of time before Matt Stafford jacks this up, that he will not have a game like he had last night in back-to-back games to get you to the Super Bowl.
I don't disagree, but if you watched him down the stretch, he would have like a great half and then a bad half. And he kind of put it together last night, and they got that 21 point lead, and so he didn't have to do too much last night. I think it was ultra important, though, because it was so overplayed and emphasized, and I got it that he had never won a playoff game in the entirety of his career. And what was it? He was 323 career touchdown passes in the regular season, the most of any player without a playoff victory. He finally got that under his belt, so I think that means something. He's already beaten Tom Brady in Tampa earlier this year. They can point back to last year when they played Tampa in Tampa with Jared Goff and won that game. The additions of Cam Akers is now 100% healthy. Von Miller's a guy they didn't have. Odell is a guy they didn't have. So I think this Rams team is better than the Rams team that actually played you guys earlier this year. I think the Rams will have a ton of confidence. As long as he doesn't turn the football over, I think the Rams will win this game. I think they match up extremely well with Tampa. And on the other side, if Nick Bosa plays, I think as long as Garoppolo, it comes down to Garoppolo and Stafford not making the mistakes on the road. I think both road teams have an outstanding shot to win.
So that would be 49ers.
Not just to cover, to win outright.
To win the game
That'd be
outright.
49ers, Rams in SoFi.
Yep.
Because before we slammed the trunk on last night, I saw some people debating, was that the most, I can't remember the word, embarrassing playoffs performance you'd ever seen. And I thought the Cardinals were bad. I think they were that bad. I mean, they were bad. It was an embarrassing performance.
Were they any worse than the Eagles were on Sunday? They
felt like the Eagles were a little better.
They were about the same to me.
The Eagles felt like they moved it some.
You know one thing I think
what was the Patriots' final score this year? I mean,
that was very embarrassing.
I mean, that was a pretty rough Patriots game.
Hey, listen, my Dolphins probably have the most embarrassing playoff performance of all time. Dan Marino's last game
against Jacksonville.
Yeah, 62-7.
No, yeah, that's it. That's it.
I mean, I can't think of one more
in my
embarrassing.
lifetime. That's it.
Well,
hey, and by the way, that was in the divisional round. That wasn't even a wild card game.
That's right.
The Dolphins had already, and this is going to confuse people, and it's stupid, I know this. The Dolphins had already gone to Seattle and beat the Seahawks. That's when the Seahawks were an AFC team in the wild card round. That was a divisional round.
Let me remind you,
62-7.
The final two Super Bowls, or two of the Super Bowls that Dallas won against Buffalo, those were embarrassing.
They were. Yeah, that's when supposedly you're the second best team in the NFL.
But I think I saw something last night that I can't recall seeing before in a postseason game. Arizona didn't convert a third down. They were 0-9 on third downs. I mean, how many times do you see?
Oh, they only had 9 to begin with.
I know, but still a team get to a postseason not converting a third down. That's hard to do.
Yeah. A really interesting conversation to be had about the last two teams we've seen lose now, the Cowboys and the Cardinals. Do they make coaching changes? The Jones family said yesterday they expect Mike McCarthy to be back next year as the head coach. Do you think McCarthy's back next year, and do you think that Kingsbury's back next year in Arizona?
Well, start with McCarthy. So both coordinators are getting interviewed. I think yesterday both Kellen Moore and Dan Quinn both got interviewed by Denver, or at least those interviews are set up. If you lose both coordinators, it's tough to make a change. I mean, you would assume that if Jerry Jones is going to make a change and McCarthy's out, either Quinn or Kellen Moore is the guy. But if both of those guys got head coaching jobs, you're kind of stuck with McCarthy.
You are. I mean,
you just signed him to a 5-year deal last January.
There's thoughts by some that they want Kellen Moore to stick around, that almost they would punt McCarthy to keep from losing Kellen Moore. That's how much they love him. You wonder how much we're very prisoners of the moment. How much does that game Sunday change that? I mean, did Kellen Moore look like a genius to you guys Sunday?
No, especially, that last call.
Oh, yeah.
We had people on the show who said, who's taking the blame for that? Was that a McCarthy call or was that a Kellen Moore call? I mean, if you follow the Cowboys, it was a Kellen Moore call.
That's right. And, I mean, just that call aside, though, you had an offense that was very sloppy, a lot of penalties. You struggled to score in the most important game of the season when you were playing, that's a good 49ers defense, obviously.
I will tell you, though,
that was not his shining moment.
Earlier, there was a play that they ran that was a brilliant play call. They threw it short on the numbers.
Yeah.
Instead of the old hook and ladder. At that point, they have a trailing guy coming down the sidelines. He throws it out there.
Cedric Wilson, it was a terrible lateral.
Right. If he'd have been patient and thrown it better.
It's first down.
Yeah. And maybe more. I mean, that was very Boise State-esque.
Right. The kind of stuff he used to run.
Yes, yeah. So I thought that was, a great play call.
You brought up the graphic today with Kingsbury and how his seasons have ended from Texas Tech to Arizona, and it blows me away. Do you know how many winning seasons he's had as a head coach? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 now?
9 years. Kingsbury, I would say, has had 3 winning seasons.
Yeah.
3's a good guess.
Yep.
Yeah, 2 at Texas Tech and one this year at Arizona.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Lance. The Texas Tech ones were like 7-5s, weren't they?
He had an 8-5 and a 7-6.
Yep.
Troy in the Farmfolio chat room, everyone is way too hard on Matt Stafford. If he had been drafted by anyone other than the Lions, he'd be borderline Hall of Famer.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. Location, ask Archie Manning and any of the Card kids and some others. A location is everything sometimes. You end up in the wrong franchise.
So you guys know how excited I was when I got Stafford. I thought when the Rams got Stafford, I thought he was an elite quarterback. And there's just times where he plays a little tight. He didn't play tight last night. When Stafford plays at his best, he is an elite quarterback.
Yeah.
And he can win a championship. I just don't know if he can do it for 3 more games. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how this thing plays out.
It's funny, he was the first overall pick. The pick behind him were the Rams. I mean, if for whatever reason, 2009.
So if the Lions did not pick him, the Rams were sitting there ready to get him.
He could have been around for life. The Chiefs, right after that. I mean, listen, these teams have been really good. The Seahawks. I mean, the teams picking right behind the Lions have had some pretty good runs.
You wonder, though, with Stafford, a Georgia quarterback, Fran Tarkenton, made it to a Super Bowl, never won one. With Georgia breaking the seal, is this
Braves,
the year?
the Bulldogs?
But for Tarkenton, they won it after he had been there. You know what I mean?
No, Minnesota's never won one.
I know. But Georgia won it in 80.
No, I get it.
He was the 70s quarterback for the Vikings.
Yeah, but I'm just saying a Georgia quarterback has never won a Super Bowl.
This would end the trifecta.
Yeah.
Braves, Georgia, and a Georgia quarterback winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah. We dream of days like this, actually. When we come back, we'll do 3 and Out. The show being brought to you by the great folks at Hemp Hill Services. When you have a mess you need cleaned up or just anything in your home, LT's experienced this a lot over the last few months.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friend at Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself. so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
I know this is going to shock you. We were just talking piercing in the commercial break. I don't understand the nose piercing. Like, I'll have a server occasionally. Like, if you got a little diamond in your...
I don't mind the stud on the side.
Right.
It's the Zephyr.
Yeah, the bullhorn thing, the one that get the bulls.
The one that goes right in the middle there, that looks like it hurts. And then, like, I constantly, when I have something a little spicy like the tamales from Champy's, you know, my nose starts running like this. I feel like if I had that in my nose, I'd think I had something hanging out of my nose technically I would have something hanging out of my nose all the time, a piercing.
Yeah, look, to each their own, but when I look at Zeke, when I look at Alvin Kamara, they just it just seems weird.
Yeah, like Zeke, how can you be an athlete and run like that and have your air passage restricted a little bit there?
He likes to be fed. I love this move.
Yeah. Oh, Zeke.
And if I was a secondary guy and I defended a pass, my move would be this. Every time.
So you saw Deuce Staley a couple of years ago at SEC Media Days.
I did, yeah.
That will be Zeke when he retires.
Yeah. Was it you or Rockstar that said it looked like Deuce Staley ate Deuce Staley?
It's probably Lance. It's good, though.
I don't think Rockstar was out there.
No. Rockstar, this is what a DB does.
I couldn't be that mean, though, Brown.
No, I don't think you said
DB
that.
makes hit. He does this.
Yeah.
Jimmy Buckets with mad
like the
face.
underbite then.
Don't shit yourself when you do that. You just ate tamales.
You got the shirt for it.
I do look like a human poop emoji today.
Like a zookeeper.
Cha-chow. Let's do...
We're going to the reptile room next.
Cha-chow.
3 and Out today brought to you.
What kind of zoo you working at, man?
God, I'm cheering so hard for 1 o'clock.
Village People segment was 2 segments ago.
Cha-chow. 3 and Out time brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Anything you need, winterized, these guys can handle for you and your family. Locally owned and operated, just fantastic guys. Brown just got new tires just last month. I need some myself. They can do anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
All right, NFL playoffs. It's all about the Jimmies and the Joes, right? Who has more passing yards this weekend? Jimmy Garoppolo or Joe Burrow in their game?
Oh, I'm going to go Joe Burrow here. I don't trust Jimmy Garoppolo. Again, San Francisco's path to victory is going to be Mitchell and Samuel running the football, hitting Kittle here and there. Garoppolo.
Where was Kittle the other night, by the way?
He had that one, it looked like a fumble.
Yeah, but it ended up being incomplete.
It looked like a really good grab that actually had hit the turf. He just had one of those off games. They got to get him more involved. But I think Garoppolo would be lucky to go 250 plus. I think Burrow will have a big game even if they were to lose that game.
I think he has a big game and they win. I think Cincinnati wins that game outright and Burrow has a big game.
Wow,
Yeah.
Cincinnati over.
I think so. Yeah, I think they'll be the one
I
seed.
kind of like Tennessee in that game.
I thought limited possessions maybe that they run it.
I
limit the Burrow team getting the ball.
I just wish I knew how effective Derrick Henry was going to be.
We don't. It's the
you do. Nobody knows. I
roll
don't
of the
think.
dice
Yeah.
there.
Second down.
In the NFL as well, most receiving yards this weekend: Mike Evans or Odell Beckham Jr. (OBJ).
I'll go Mike Evans again. Even with Beckham making some of these impact catches and the throw last night, he's still going to be limited. And I would say right now Beckham is still your third option. It goes Cooper Kupp, Tyler Higbee, then Beckham. Mike Evans is your number one option.
Yeah, but with that in mind, it's also the best DB in the country will be on Mike Evans, right?
Oh, yeah, Jalen Ramsey will be all over.
Yeah, so that's where the coverage is going to be. And without, Godwin or Antonio Brown to pull anybody off of him, you may get the best cover guy and another guy all over Mike Evans. The door may be open for someone else to have a big game.
I'll tell you, man, Jalen early in the game, this could have been a pivotal moment for Arizona. I don't know if you guys remember, but it was 7-0. Kyler got outside of the pocket, let one fly, and Ronald Moore and Christian Kirk were both open.
Yeah.
And I forgot if it was Kirk or Moore. I think it was Kirk.
I think it was Kirk that stopped. Yeah, he had a touchdown if he keeps running. Yeah,
I thought that
too.
too.
And anyway, my point there is Ronald Moore had burned Jalen Ramsey.
Yep. But Christian Kirk, if he keeps running there, that's a touchdown.
Could be a different game.
Yeah.
Third down.
We talked earlier about Texas A&M being a sexy offseason pick. In 2022, upcoming season, better year in Texas, the state of Texas, all the Texas college football teams. Better year. Aggies, Red Raiders, Horns,
This year coming up, I'll go Baylor.
Bears. You'll go Baylor
Yep.
again?
I'll go
LT
Baylor.
told you they lost, 15 starters?
LT did tell me that. I'm still going to take Baylor.
Easier conference. Sark's going to be better in year 2. A&M's got a lot of talent. I don't know. I think 9 wins could be your answer here.
That sounds like A&M, 9-3.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take Texas A&M, but I don't think any team in the state of Texas gets to 10 wins.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that on all fronts there. I'll take A&M, and I don't agree. I don't think anybody gets to 10. TCU seems like a pretty massive rebuild that they got going on.
Yeah,
there.
I would agree with that.
Fourth down.
And finally, happy birthday, Kevin Costner today. 66, I think, for Kevin
Sounds
Costner.
right.
Also, Jason Siegel's birthday. But for Kevin Costner, best Costner role for you, Kevin Costner.
Dances with Wolves, I thought was awesome. You got to be in the mood for it, but I've seen it multiple times. I mean, it really is an epic. Like, you got to be able to sit down for 3.5, almost 4 hours.
Love story? Is that a love story?
Yeah, it's got an element. I mean, he literally flips from a soldier in the Civil War to becomes I forgot what tribe it was, but it's really a great story. Have you guys ever seen it?
I've never seen Dances with Wolves.
By the end, he's accepted by the tribe. He's a member of the tribe.
He actually fights back against the American Army.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, I like Crash and Bull Durham. That was my favorite Kevin Costner.
I thought he was good in that. No Way Out was good with Gene Hackman and Sean Young.
Revenge. Trying to think of.
I didn't love Revenge.
I'm not the biggest Costner fan. He did a lot of baseball and a lot of golf movies.
I think Costner is Costner in every single role he plays. Like, he never changes. He
He's
just
the bodyguard.
Yeah.
But
it's always the same voice and everything.
I do enjoy him. Oh, Tin Cup's a good one too, Kevin. Thank you.
Hated Tin Cup.
Love Tin Cup. Love
Hated
Tin
that
Cup.
movie.
It's a good love.
I watched
it's a
Field of
rom-com.
Dreams again the other night, and I thought it was overrated.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, he's been really miscast. Like, I thought as Elliot Ness in The Untouchables, he was badly miscast. I did not like him in that role.
I think Sean Connery made that. I didn't think it was a great movie.
Yeah, I didn't either. I did not like him as Jim Garrison in JFK, trying to that horrible Southern, trying to do that New Orleans accent.
I would like us, while we're still in our first year, to go to a restaurant and just get a team picture around, smoking cigars and having a drink around
like the Untouchables.
Like the Untouchables. No, that didn't.
And then we slowly get picked off.
Yeah, slowly die one by one. But for me,
A Perfect World was great. Paul's a good call. Have you guys seen that? Clint Eastwood directed it. Clint Eastwood's in it, but Kevin Costner's an escaped convict. And him and this other convict, they take a boy hostage.
Oh, yeah. Totally remember. He's got the little mask on.
Yeah. And the roommate was so pissed the way it ended.
Yeah,
I just get this look at the end of these movies.
You know,
You did it again.
I was flipping channels in the movie channels the other day, and Waterworld was on.
I've never seen it.
Oh, it was a massive failure.
Well, so was The Postman.
Yeah. Yeah, both of them were, right?
They always say that. I never watched either one of them. What makes them so bad?
Well, considering the budget. It was the most expensive movie at the time.
Waterworld was the most expensive ever, and it lost money, I think, and the critics destroyed it.
Yeah,
so
why was it so expensive to make?
Well,
I mean,
filmmakers
say
3/4
of the earth is water. Can we find a location to shoot?
Filmmakers say filming anything on water is a pain in the ass. It's expensive, and the problem with Waterworld is they did it outside of Hawaii. I think they experienced a lot of storms, so there were a lot of delays.
They had to build an entire city basically on water, and it's
that seems like
complex,
a nightmare.
and it's not a good movie.
Wyatt Earp, says Tommy.
I didn't like him as Wyatt Earp.
Yeah. Jason says the Waterworld set actually sunk a couple of times.
Yeah, they had some massive issues.
Boss, we got bad news.
Brown brings up the fact that you wouldn't want to live if we had one of these zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, I don't know why people are preppers.
I don't want to live if we've got a water world.
I agree with
Lance.
Lance.
I got to float on a raft.
Yep, I'm out.
Yeah, well, me too.
You see Brown skiing by you. Morning, Lance! Beautiful day, isn't it?
Is that Seagulls or is that Brown whistling on his way to work today? 3,000 miles to Graceland.
It was terrible.
I enjoyed that.
It was terrible. You just like the fact that Courtney Cox was getting banged around.
I actually was.
Banged around.
It was really good. Really good part.
Was that was it Kurt Russell or Kevin Costner's character?
Both.
Or was it both?
She dated both. Yeah.
Shocker.
Yeah. Wow. Hot Courtney Cox takes from LT. That is 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, again, locally owned and operated. They do fantastic work. Get that vehicle in. Get it winterized from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
You had some hot takes on these basketball games. Do you have a lock on any of them? Are you going to give them out later on today? Lock of the day?
Yeah, I can do a lock.
Okay, lock of the day every day brought to you by our buddy Jeremy Purvis. If you're in the Farmfolio chat room, you see Jeremy every now and then. He is always the plumber you need to keep on standby. It is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com, the website. Not just a plumbing company. They're also helping you with your construction, on-site work with Iron Mountain Construction, where they're committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget, small capital construction work. Iron Mountain Construction available for assisting in new projects, daily maintenance, downturns, and a lot more. They specialize in industrial services and support, which includes plumbers and pipe fitters and millwrights and iron workers, laborers and operators. You can call this number, 205-781-1170, 205-781-1170, or when you need plumbing help, from anything to drips to new fixtures, it's Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. All that under one website, ironmountainworld.com, ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
You know, I don't know what the expectation for Texas Tech was after Chris Beard left for Texas, but first-year coach Mark Adams has done a really good job. They were awful on Saturday against Kansas State.
It wasn't this. I'll tell you that.
They shot 33%. They had 18 turnovers, but this is a really good Texas Tech team that's sitting at 13-4. They're 3-2 in the Big 12. Now they host Iowa State, another really good team, one of the surprises early in college basketball. They're 14-3. I like Texas Tech in this spot, though, minus 8.5. Big number here, but I think Texas Tech plays lockdown defense tonight, laying the 8.5.
They getting 8.5? Oh, they're giving 8.5 at home. Okay, against an Iowa State team that's been rebuilt. That's the lock of the day. Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. Final thoughts when we come back, all right here on The Next Round.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, one collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Our friends at Gutter Cap bringing you the final segment. LT will tell you about Gutter Cap in just a second. He's working on drawing a beer from our friends who are up here touring the studio today. I can run over there and do it real quick. No. You take care of the beer. No, hold on. Okay, here we go.
So 8232212.
We just spend the final 3 minutes arguing about it.
No,
Let's do it.
Cap it, don't snap it. Look, 2022 needs to be the year. Never get the ladder out again. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. 45% off the retail price right now. Call Chris Stewart, 8232212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
You know, back to Kayvon Thibodeau.
Right.
Not his comments, but where he may end up playing his professional football is ironic because the first overall pick goes to who, Brown?
The first overall pick this year is Jacksonville.
The Jacksonville Jaguars. Right now at DraftKings Sportsbook and others in Vegas, co-favorites to go number one overall is Aiden Hutchinson and Kayvon Thibodeau. So there is a chance Kayvon Thibodeau spends his formative professional years in Jacksonville, Florida.
In the southeast.
Yeah, in the southern part of the country.
The nasty Southeastern Conference footprint.
Yeah, but Thibodeau or Hutchinson expected to go 1 and 2 in any order you want to go with the Lions and the Jaguars and Lions.
Well, I tell you what, if I'm Rockstar's Lions or the Jags, I don't know which of those guys I would want.
I'm not sure I'd want either one of them.
I'm not either.
Wait, you said Thibodeau and
Aiden Hutchinson.
Okay.
You know, Hutchinson had a great year, but boy, I mean, that last game against Georgia sticks with me. That guy was a non-factor against a quality Georgia team.
But then you saw him against Ohio State offensive line that's really good, and he dominated.
I know. And then Thibodeau can be really good, but there were games where he would just disappear.
Tell me who they look like. They're not Bosa-like, are they? They're not Aaron Donald-like, are you? I mean, that's where you got to rise up to one of the Watt family guys. That's where you got to get to be 1 or 2 overall, in my opinion. Neither one of those guys look like that to me.
Well, Thibodeau, when he started as a freshman, he's a little light. He needed to put on some weight. And, this year he was banged up almost the entire year. So, it's kind of hard to get a gauge. Hutchinson, I don't know, maybe a Jared Allen.
I think I would want Evan Neal in front of either one of those.
Yeah. I will tell you this as we hear the music in the background. Mel Kiper, talking to Phil Yates in a podcast at ESPN.com, says Jameson Williams was a lock top 10 pick.
Was?
Before the injury.
Oh, no.
Now they're waiting to see, and the jury's out on whether or not he'll be a first rounder or not.
Jeez, that would be awful.
That's how you could get to maybe one day having opt-outs of even the playoffs.
Let me bring this up, though. You guys remember in that 2002, I think, national championship game, Willis McGahee making that tackle completely shattered his knee. He still went in the first round.
Still went in the first round. I hope so for Jameson as well. I hope it's as high as he was going to go. They get good reports after the surgery there. A lot of draft leading into April. Draft talk there. Senior Bowl before that. Playoffs continue, though, this weekend. Enjoyed the conversation about the Rams. We've got a lot more college football with you tomorrow and the first edition of the Jimmy Buckets podcast later today. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.